did not indeed change the page just to make sure. I also saved this in what they call a Wayback Machine. That way people can come in the future and see what was posted. This is the report of 3 officers dead, others injured in Baton Rouge shooting. And it's the second paragraph down we're going to focus on. It starts out 3 law enforcement officers, 2 from Baton Rouge Police Department and 1 from the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office have been killed after as many as 7 were shot in Baton Rouge Sunday morning, according to authorities from East Baton Parish Sheriff's Office. Now here's the important paragraph. 1 suspect is dead, according to the Sheriff's Office. Police could be seen checking this deceased suspect with a robot for explosives. 2 more suspects are at large, state police said. So I will give the link to this in the description tab, and we'll see if that information's changed. All right, let me get you back to the live video. Let me nab that link real quick.
And it helps give us an idea of what witnesses are truly seeing and hearing and their emotions as they watch that. We are expecting to hear once again from the governor's office and state police at a press conference at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But what we know so far, 6 officers shot, 3 are dead, and a separate investigation, possibly connected, but we don't know, happening over in Port Allen, where 2 suspicious men were reported entering the Walmart in all black clothing, changing, and then exiting the building.
Very suspicious indeed. Let's get to our Kevin Fry now. He is live along Airline Highway with a little bit more from the scene. Kevin.
Hey, yeah, we are around the same location we were earlier at the Circle K, which is where a lot of those protests out front of BRPD have been happening right now. So we're at the corner of Goodwood and Airline still. It's starting to rain at a pretty steady pace right now, but we are joined by 2 folks who have been monitoring things the past 2 weeks and seeing it kind of happening firsthand. Keon Preston, you've been at some of these protests, but you also are just a person who promotes peace all the time. What is your thoughts on what we're hearing about this morning?
There's no word that you can use to describe this incident. I mean, innocent officers are being killed and injured for absolutely no reason. We understand what has happened with Mr. Alton Sterling or whatnot, and we understand the innocent officers that was killed in Dallas, Texas a week ago. But clearly, from what I'm seeing out here, there's a copycat. Someone or some people or some type of organization has decided to come out here and just, hey, shoot officers just for no reason. I mean, shooting police officers would not solve this problem whatsoever. That is not how you're going to get justice. That is not how you're going to get peace. What's going to happen is this is only going to get worse and just making matters worse. You know, just let the justice system do what they have to do to investigate the Alton Sterling shooting, and let's pray for justice and let's continue to pray for peace. But shooting innocent officers and targeting them, ambushing them because what happened to Mr. Alton Sterling would not, and I repeat, will not solve our problem. I'm going to continue to pray for peace, and I'm going to continue to ask our protesters to please, if you're going to protest in a peaceful manner, in a peaceful way, but going about it this way with guns and taking innocent lives will not solve our problem. But I'm going to ask our protesters to cease the protesting. Let's just stop protesting for a while, because clearly this has rolled over to the next page. Clearly, this is not good whatsoever.
And we do want to comment that at this point we're still.
Folks, we have more breaking news coming out. This being from Baltimore.
In recent days here in Baton Rouge. I mean, there's no denying.
Yikes!
Right. Well, I mean,
Give me a second here. I gotta get this saved. And my goodness, is it ever gonna quit?
Honestly, but we try to come here, bring peace, and talk to someone. But we listen to them. Unfortunately, what happened is not the answer. But there's still really some angry people. And
all right, hang on a second. Let me get this ready to go. I need to get this out as well.
And they know we out for peace, but they say, you know, they're always going to be one or two.
And I thought I was going to relax today.
It is the truth. So, I mean, people have the right to protest, and we know that. But if you're gonna protest, like said, we got to do it the right way. Killing cops is not the answer. That's not gonna work. We got to come together. We want some common grounds. I mean, is the system perfect? No, it's not. Are we perfect? No, we're not. But what can we do to make it perfect? We have to come and talk to each other. This is not gonna work. This is not.
All right, give me 1 second and I'll get it
We
set
got
up.
to change our mindset. If we don't, I don't want to be talking positive and saying that we're trying to promote violence, but it's not going to get better. We represent peace, and that's why we're here. And I'm glad that I was able to talk to some of the police officers. I work with police officers throughout the community where I'm at, and they try to help, the ones I know, try to help the kids that I work with. So all cops, people, it's not bad cops. They do have bad people, but they got bad people all over the world. But all cops is not bad. I mean, that's somebody that's got to go home.
All right, I'm ready to go with this. So, get this switched over. This only take a moment, folks. It is July 17th, 2016. This is the Watchman News, and I'm Mike Callahan. As if this Sunday wasn't already shocking enough with what's going on down in Baton Rouge, now RT is reporting breaking news of hostage situation at Burger King in Southwest Baltimore. The story reads as, there's not a whole lot here. Police in Maryland are responding to a hostage situation at a Burger King fast food restaurant, AP reports. A SWAT team and negotiators arrived at the scene after a man holding a gun ran into the restaurant. Sorry. So we'll try to keep up with this latest incident too. Alrighty, I'll take you guys back to the video there. Sorry.
We don't like police or police lives don't matter or whatever. Clearly, we need law enforcement in this world. We need officers, okay? Now, when it comes to officers, yes, we have police officers that just think they can do anything that they want to, clearly, but that's why there are certain processes that we take of getting rid of those officers. I'm not about to encourage anyone to just start shooting police and just for no reason.
Just one final thing, guys, and kind of quick. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? I don't know. I can tell you one thing. Like I said once before, the pot thickens, and we have turned to another page. This has turned to another level. Clearly, the officers are upset and angry, and the community is upset and angry. So it's like, what's going to happen from here? What will happen?
I just want to say, I think we need to pray. I mean, we need to pray. There's a lot of people praying right now on the back burners, but we need churches. We need the real leaders to come out. We need churches to come out. I'm not saying get engaged in what's going on, but be some type of forefront for the community, because they got innocent people that wants to do the right thing. We want peace. It's, to help us. I mean, we need churches.
And before you end, I'm calling for all to come as their Lord and Savior. So I'm calling all the preachers out from amongst the four walls, which means the church, to get involved into this community, and let's fight till we can't fight anymore, to grab our young people and to also fight for justice.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, one thing I just want to say, I mean, like you said, and if you come out, don't get me wrong, you can't control the ones that mind. It's a free country, you can't. Because if I could, I would tell them all go home, but they have the right to protest. But if we can come together and be in one mind, one accord, we can change things. We can. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you. And again, calls, you just heard it, for unity, for peace, and for almost a stop to the protests, at least for the time being, as we continue to go. We're going to just kind of look at the scene again. This is right where we were a little earlier today, at the corner of Goodwood and Airline, north of the scene, right at the corner where BRPD headquarters is located here on Airline Highway. We have been seeing, again, vehicles going in and out throughout the afternoon, up toward the scene, lots of vehicles. Again, SWAT vehicles as well. I just saw a little earlier an EMS driver. You don't think of them wearing sort of a SWAT type helmet, but they were indeed as they went down toward the scene just a little while ago. But the rain is picking up, thunder and lightning ahead, which is certainly changing the dynamic of how this investigation will proceed going forward. So for now, we're reporting live near BRPD headquarters up north of the scene. I'm Kevin Fry, WAFB 9 News. Back to you guys.
Okay, Kevin, thank you for that.
Yes, you heard calls for prayer. We want to remind you, if you haven't heard from earlier in our broadcast, there will be a gathering, a vigil tonight in Zachary at 6 o'clock, also at St. Aloysius, at Mass tonight at 5:30. So while law enforcement urging you to not get out in this right now, and by this we mean the weather, police activity, traffic, those are some options for later on this evening if you'd like to come together.
Let's get over now to our weather center. Jeff Morrow is standing by, has been here this morning tracking these storms. Jeff, obviously we have a situation going on and this weather is impacting it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've highlighted the scene of where this crime occurred in purple here. You see the lightning bolts around the scene. But one thing that I want to show you, or at least take note of, I'm going to put this into motion and then I'm going to zoom out. And what I want you to see is the fact that this storm actually kind of went around the scene. It split and then kind of reformed, intensified north of the scene. So if you think your prayers don't get answered, it looks like if you prayed for our officers to be safe as the storms approach, it looks like maybe those prayers were answered. You can see heavier thunderstorms kind of moved off towards the east and to the west and really kind of split Airline Highway. So we're seeing the heavier thunderstorms to the north. You see behind it, though, not a whole heck of a lot of activity, more or less just light rainfall right now. So as that makes its way through, we're probably going to be diminishing the lightning threat probably within the next 5 to 15 minutes, and then it's going to be more or less just sort of light to moderate rainfall pockets for at least another hour before things maybe begin to dry out just a little bit in the Baton Rouge area. So that's sort of the weather highlight. It looks like things are going to be gradually winding down for the investigation for those folks. So you take a look at the live scene, though, and it certainly doesn't seem to be letting up just yet. But as mentioned, we got probably another hour, a light to moderate rainfall to come. The lightning threat probably diminishing within the next 10 to 15 minutes for those folks that are caught out in the rain investigating this horrific incident that Baton Rouge police are having to deal with in East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office and all the other responding agencies. So just a terrible situation. The weather not necessarily helping that at all. Lauren, Greg.
Jeff Morrow, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. It's unbelievable that weather affects a story like this, but it is happening.
It's interesting.
right
It went around too,
Yeah.
as he was saying. So
Very, very interesting.
he of course will keep an eye on that in the First Alert Storm Center as we continue to pour over these videos we've received starting just after 9 o'clock this morning, after reports of an officer involved shooting, multiple officers down. Witnesses have been Facebook living and sending us clips of what they've seen around the Old Hammond airline area. I believe we have one of those to show you right now.
Sorry. Okay, let's reset here just for a moment. We're going to get to that video. Let's first get over to Johnny Asian. He is standing by in the traffic center with a look at what folks are having to deal with as the traffic moves in and around that area. Johnny, obviously people have been asked to stay away from there, but sometimes folks have to do things, and a lot of people live in that area.
Yeah, and that's my sole purpose today, Greg. You'll see me only in as-needed basis, but basically to solely focus on traffic situations and as related to what's going on today. This is a live shot of what's happening right now on I-12. Let me orient you. Here's the Strummel Baptist here. This is I-12 westbound going toward the downtown area. You can see police officers have staged crews here, blocking the off-ramp going on Airline Highway northbound. I'll show you why in just a moment. Likewise, the northbound airline exit loop from the eastbound side of I-12 is also completely blocked right there. If we could go to our map, I'll show you kind of what's going on as far as that is concerned. Airline north and southbound in both directions completely closed between Goodwood Boulevard and I-12. A little hard to see. Let me show you. Here's Goodwood Boulevard. Florida Boulevard is up here. This is Hammond Air Mall right here. Here's Old Hammond Highway. This is Airline Highway and I-12, and Airline Highway is completely closed between the interstate and Goodwood Boulevard in both directions. That is not expected to open anytime soon. If you can put off errands until tomorrow, that would be advisable. Hammond Air is closed as well, and Old Hammond Highway between Airline Highway and Drusilla, which is about right in that area. That section of Old Hammond is also closed today due to this activity. We will continue to monitor traffic all day long. You'll only see me on an as-needed basis, but I'm solely focused on on traffic. Please keep up with that on our website, also our social platform, and like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter at traffic@wafb.com. Guys.
Johnny, some important information. Thank you very much for that. Now, earlier we had gotten to that video. It was we heard from our photographer on the scene, Darren DeQuano, that a man had tried to charge the line there, police trying to get to him under Airline Highway and the interstate. Here's what that looked like earlier.
You see him being confrontational with officers before being tased. And he falls to the ground. We're told from our photojournalist Darren DeQuano there at the scene, he was put in the back of a police unit, he was detained. And this just goes to show you, officers, they don't need any trouble right now. This is tough enough as it is. This man was apparently walking on the median, approached officers, and they detained him in this fashion as you see him tased.
And, you know, at one point you can't see where his hands are, so you do see the hubcap there that he was threatening them with. This just is a part of this story because it is right there at the line where they're trying to be focused on other things and having to deal with that person who obviously has some type of mental something going on to go out there and confront police.
There's a lot of emotions across our city and across our country. A lot of prominent figures are tweeting and talking about this right now. LSU officials are telling us they have mobilized their emergency operations center. As you can imagine, kids in summer school or kids just here for the summer in Baton Rouge from out of town, those parents wanting to know that they're safe. And so that is the reason they have mobilized their emergency operations center. They've been taking calls there and handling families, all eyes on Baton Rouge right now.
And they are. And all you have to do is look at Twitter and you can see that the Phoenix Police Department, there in Missouri, all sending out messages of condolence for Baton Rouge. We know the president is now that are on the front lines dealing with this, now having 3 officers dead and at least 6 shot.
You know, my parents are in the Dallas area, Greg, just a week ago, on the phone with them as we watched what happened in Dallas. And now those folks are watching what's happening in Baton Rouge. Greg Abbott, the Texas governor, says he spoke with the Louisiana governor about the tragic police shooting and that they agreed that as a nation, we must unite to end these heinous crimes. We also heard from the police chief there, David Brown, in the face of the tragedy there in Dallas, where 5 officers were killed recently, saying his thoughts and prayers are with our city and with the police department. Hashtag pray for Baton Rouge.
All right, our Kieran Challa now is in the News Alert Center with an update on this situation. Kieran, what can you tell us?
Well, we've been telling you all day that we've been reaching out to the FBI to get a response on if those 2 men who were detained in Port Allen, or in Addis, should I say, had any connection to this. They did respond. Let's see if we can pull that up as a full screen. I believe we have that. Here it is. The FBI New Orleans Division has personnel on scene in Baton Rouge to assist our law enforcement colleagues. At this time, our focus is to help identify and bring to justice those who are responsible for this heinous act. I did specifically ask if they could give me anything as far as their involvement in those 2 people who have been detained in Addis, and they said no comment. But it is typical in an ongoing investigation, especially with the FBI, that they cannot say anything. We obviously have to do our job and try and ask. But for those of you who are not familiar with this, let me fill you guys in one more time of what we are being told. 2 men went into the Walmart in Port Allen on LA1 in all black clothes, went in, changed their clothes, came out, actually got in a vehicle in a silver Nissan vehicle, now that we know, and they were headed back on LA1 southbound, basically away from Interstate 10. So they were kind of headed towards, I guess, the Plaquemine direction. Addis police heard the call come over the radio, and it was within their city limits. They made that stop, and that is when they stopped them at the Kyle's Express and stopped the 2 men. And that is when we are told that the FBI came in and started questioning them, and they have since been taken to the state police headquarters here in Baton Rouge, and they have detained these 2 men. Again, we don't have confirmation that these 2 are the other suspects that the officials were looking for, but again, it just sounds very really familiar. One thing that we did kind of tell everybody last time is that what we learned is law enforcement have a description. In fact, we just got emails saying that please put out that description we'll work on that. But the description that looks like law enforcement has is that look for somebody with all black on. And in this case, that's what you guys, you, the public, did this. Somebody called 911 when they saw something suspicious. And thanks to you, these two people are being detained right now. Of course, as we continue to get more information, we're going to give it to you. But again, that's a response from the FBI. So now we know that the FBI is involved. They cannot go into detail as to what their role is, but we are told that it is the FBI who is questioning these two people. We'll keep you updated as we continue to get in updates. Greg, Lauren?
Kieran Chawla, thank you. We're just getting this in from the New Orleans Police Department. They've issued what they call a patrol officer's safety warning to all of their officers in direct connection to the shooting in Baton Rouge, no longer having them in one-man cars, but having them team up and double up to what you would think of when we were kids. You would see police officers with their partners. Now that is happening in New Orleans as a direct result of what is happening here. And they're also being told to be very careful when they are when they are responding to calls of services from citizens. So the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, now teaming up two people to a car as a direct result of this shooting here in Baton Rouge.
Many officers across the country, many departments doing that in the wake of the Dallas police shooting. And it appears from the audio that one officer watched his partner go down. We have the dispatch tape from that very moment when he called in. If you would like to take a listen now, this is from the company Broadcastify providing us this audio.
Oh, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired on the airline. I know where the second shooting from. Going around. Okay. So, I'm gonna go. Quarter 10-3 in traffic, shots fired, officer down behind the building, and hair found. I know where the second shooting from.
Heard him say he doesn't know where they're shooting from. That was the first information we got in from his dispatch tape and also from witnesses, which is eerily similar to what we heard in Dallas when they at first had no idea where the gunfire was coming from, thought it was possibly a sniper. So that was from earlier this morning along Airline Highway as an officer watched his partner go down.
Or at least, was somebody that he was responding to. We don't know if they were connected as far as, partners. What we do know is, though, that matches up with that police dispatch call with what that lady was saying when she was so excited on her Facebook page talking about seeing somebody in all black. Perhaps she called him a sniper. She said it looked like he was wearing military stuff, which you can imagine what that looks like. And that is what she was saying. So that does kind of match up. I believe that we have Robbie Reynolds, who is standing by live. Let's check in with Robbie now and see if we can get an update from him. Robbie. Okay.
Having a little trouble with his audio there. We'll get right back to him as he is right where we've been joining Darren DeQuano throughout the morning outside of the scene there, Airline Highway and Old Hampton, and approaching the overpass. And that is also where we saw a man detained earlier after being tased for approaching police in a confrontational manner. Robbie, I believe he's ready now with his microphone working. Robbie Reynolds joining us live from right outside the scene. We will check back in with him. Okay, Robbie, do we have you now?
Lauren, I'm here at Airline Highway, and as I was going to say before, we have seen by earlier this morning cop cars coming in and out of the scene. I'm going to step out of the scene real quick here. You can see it's a little bit quieter right now, not as many cars going through. And another interesting thing, and this may be because of weather, but we don't hear any choppers anymore. The weather has taken a turn for the worst. Rain was pouring down earlier. It's just kind of lightened up right now, really dark in the skies, but we haven't seen choppers going through in quite some time. If you look off really in the distance, that really is the big scene right there is where the cop cars are all grouped up. But this is really the first we can go. And Lauren and Greg, I've been driving around all day just looking for new areas, looking at what the scenes look like. And I can tell you that Old Hammond Highway, Drusilla Lane, all that area is blocked off right now. We have a really wide perimeter the police are dealing with right now.
Robbie, thank you very much for that. We'll get back to you as you get new information. We appreciate it. This information is going worldwide and it's showing up on social media for sure.
Quarterback Brandon Harris for LSU tweeted earlier today We have that. Thoughts and prayers are with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Remember, God sees no color, race, nor gender. We are all the same. Wake up. We also have another tweet from Jacob Hester. Baton Rouge is a special city with special people. Prayers for the capital city and all the families who have been affected. Many families across the country affected, with students at LSU. Again, their emergency operations center is active right now. They are taking calls and accounting for all of the students, for these families who are calling, maybe can't get in touch with their loved ones who are at LSU.
All right. We'll be checking in, I think, in about an hour and 15 minutes now. We'll hear from the governor and the police chief and all of the law enforcement involved. That'll be at 3 o'clock. We're going to carry that here on WAFB. We'll also have it on your mobile device if you need to step out and you have to get out somewhere. We'll have that for you. You can also share that with your family and friends who are also really concerned about what's going on. We'll have a lot more details at that point. Again, that's about an hour and a half from now. Governor John Bel Edwards will speak along with all the law enforcement involved in this, and you can follow it and watch everything as we get it on WAFB.com and our various social media pages. Now, it's important to note, for some of you watching outside that don't understand this, it's important to note that race has been brought into this because of what Baton Rouge has been dealing with these last several days, almost 2 weeks now, of the Alton Sterling killing by Baton Rouge police. And race has become a big part of that story, even though the Justice Department is literally trying to see if his civil rights were violated. Race may or may not have anything to do with what has happened here today, but that is why you have so many people on both sides bringing up that issue and asking people to please be calm and not protest today. We've just heard from the president, Lauren.
Yes, he has issued a statement just moments ago. We got this in, quote, "I condemn in the strongest sense of the word the attack on law enforcement in Baton Rouge. For the second time in 2 weeks, police officers who put their lives on the line for ours every day were doing their job when they were killed in a cowardly and reprehensible assault." Again, this is coming from President Obama. He goes on to say these are attacks on public servants, on the rule of law, and on civilized society, and they have to stop. I've offered my full support and the full support of the federal government to Governor Edwards, Mayor Holden, the Sheriff's Office, and the Baton Rouge Police Department, and make no mistake, justice will be done.
Strong words there from the President of the United States, focused in on Baton Rouge. It's, living in a city and dealing with politicians, you like to get the ear of the president, but this is not at all the way that you want to get that attention. Let's focus our attention right now, if you could, on that thing at the bottom there of your screen. It's a 6 officers shot, 3 dead. In the middle of all of that, that's just a very simple statement. Think of the families that are involved in this and think of what they may be going through at this very time. And that's where you can channel that energy and anger sometimes and to see what you can do. We have a lot of folks that want to go out and help the officers and give them water and Gatorade and stuff. We've been told that they have plenty of that and they are very much appreciative of that. We also have people who want to give blood, and that is a good idea. But right now, the blood centers are having their hours extended, I guess, today until 5 o'clock at the Life Share Blood, and then they're going to be open tomorrow. So while it appears that they have what they need right now, that could change in the days and the weeks ahead here on the situation.
Yes, we have heard Governor John Bel Edwards and Baton Rouge Police Chief Carl Davity have been visiting with the families of the officers at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. We are expecting to hear from the governor's office, from state police at 3 o'clock at a press conference. And of course, we'll bring that to you on our social media pages and live right here on the air. But it's important to note those numbers as you're thinking about it, as you're going about your day. 6 shot, 3 dead. And this is just beginning as we learn more information throughout the day, a rainy day in Baton Rouge, and much of traffic affected at just a time where authorities involved are urging you to stay home, and that is the ultimate service to them at this time.
The beautiful Sunday morning that you woke up to is no more. There is rain and clouds and plenty of heavy hearts as you see this live shot of Airline Highway. Airline Highway has been the center of so much here in Baton Rouge this last few days, and now the center this morning at about shortly around 9 o'clock. 3 officers being killed, 6 shot altogether. There were several different things going and bullets flying around. We heard a number of the gunshots. Some of them were together as in a set of gunshots, and then you heard what sounded like almost semi-automatic rifle fire. And at the end of some of that, there were officers going down. To have 6 officers shot in one area is just unheard of, especially along Baton Rouge when there wasn't a big gathering. This wasn't like Dallas where there were police concentrated into an area. These were officers responding, and now they have been taken down. And you see the activity on your screen, some cops running, some trying to figure out exactly what is going on. And we don't know if this is related to the suspects that are still out there. And Lauren, we have talked about faith here a lot, as you hear some of our weather instruments going off in the background. We've talked about faith here a lot, and we've even told people to pray, and we understand not everybody believes in God and that might not be something for everyone, but you can give positive thoughts in our direction. We talk a lot about that because this is a Sunday morning. This is a Sunday morning in the South where people are gathering to pray, to have church, to do whatever they may do all across our city. And we have Father Jeff Bahi on the phone right now with us. Father Bahi, what goes through your mind when you see something like this? You're a person very close to God. You're very close to this community. What goes through your mind?
First of all, we have come way too far. We far. And of all people, men and women of law enforcement and emergency services, they've done so much to keep us safe, and God bless them all. Going to they threw rocks, they threw frozen water bottles, and here these people out there to keep us safe, and people want to kill them. Greg, a real community. Doesn't matter, your religion, your creed, your color, your sexual orientation. We're all made in the image and likeness of the same God. And Greg, we need to hold on to that. And if we think we're going to solve it by just, all of a sudden a wave is going to come over me and I'm going to have a change of heart. We change our heart by letting God change it. We don't change our heart by feeling the pain and the emotions of the situation and just relieving it. And that's what I'm really hoping and praying happens. That's why we want to invite. Together because we're made in the image and likeness of the same God. And until we deal with that, Greg, we're going to keep these divisions, and they're senseless.
Father, right now there are families and friends connected to these police officers, the ones shot and the ones who have died. In your way, offer some comfort to those families. We realize the media family might not be watching now, but there are some friends and family. There are people in Baton Rouge there and beyond that have been touched by this. What's your words of comfort to them?
Greg, our salvation for Christians is bound up in the fact that someone laid down his life for people he didn't even know. And in their service, they imitate our Savior. And in imitating our Savior, you know, I know God looks lovingly upon them. I can't explain the madness. I can't take away the immediate hurt, but I hope they find comfort in knowing that their loved one died in many ways the same way our Savior did, laying down his life for those that they loved and served. And that's what Christ was. And the madness is the madness. And please know that any time like this, when we do this loss, and I don't care, you know, what the situation is, loss is always painful and tough. It's more painful when it's just senseless. But the only consolation that we have is to know that one day we'll see them together again. And certainly those who laid down their lives for those that they love and serve, without even, you know, worrying about who they were, what color they were, what religion they were just here to keep the public safety. And I think they imitate our Lord's sacrificial love. And I feel very good at telling them, painful as it is right now, one day we'll be together in the presence of the God that we all believe in.
Father Jeff Bailly, we appreciate you. Thank you, sir, for taking time out on this Sunday, which I know is a busy day for you. Obviously, we appreciate that. Your service and your asking for people to call for people to get out there and pray behind the Zachary Police Department at 6 p.m. this evening. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We're getting a report, Lauren, from, we're going to attribute this to our folks at our friends over at the Advocate newspaper here. They are saying that the shooter is from Missouri. The one that has been killed. We've been saying that one suspect is dead. They are reporting, we've seen this elsewhere.
I can understand how
being able to confirm to them that they are quoting sources as saying the shooter is from Missouri.
After what happened
and he is dead in that one, but we do believe two others are possibly still either out there or could be the two others that have been detained over in West Baton Rouge and are now
I gotta say,
police. At State Police Headquarters.
That West Baton Rouge situation we had here in Charlotte following, there were reports of two men wearing all black entering the Walmart there in Port Allen, changing clothes and coming out. Now, those two men have been detained, but we have not officially confirmed that they've been connected to this shooting on Airline in Old Hammond.
Of the United States
we are getting
Ohio.
information in from across the country, questions from across the country, support, and the LSU community is a big part of that. We've just received a statement from F. King Alexander, the president over at LSU, and he says our thoughts are with those officers and their families, as well as their fellow officers who are responding to this tragedy. Although the shootings occurred some distance from campus, LSU is taking precautionary measures to ensure the continued safety of our LSU campus community. Again, this coming from F. King Alexander issuing a statement saying our Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist the LSU police who have been called upon to support local law enforcement. And the LSU police are also taking steps to increase security around the campus. We have heard from LSU's quarterback, Brandon Harris, tweeting his support for law enforcement and calling for peace in our community, saying his thoughts and prayers are with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Remember, God sees no color, race, nor gender. We are all the same. Wake up. That is the message that we heard from the leader of peaceful protests, the Stop the Violence movement. In recent weeks, he got out there and spoke with our Kevin Fry, and so did the owner of the Triple S convenience store, saying this is not a day to protest. This isn't a day to talk about race or any of that. It's just a day to call for peace and for the safety of our officers as they get a handle on the situation.
A lot of young men in the inner city and beyond the inner city look up to the LSU athletes. So them stepping forward and putting their message out there, it resonates with young people. So that is very important to see. Keep in mind, now we're about an hour away from
anybody unless they're
more
firing
details
at you.
on this from the governor's office. He will have
Definitely don't fire
everybody
anybody
with
just
him,
because they're
and
carrying
we'll get a
a
lot
weapon
more details on that. It's about
under the laws of the
1:58
United
right now.
States
So at
and
3
the
o'clock, we're
Ohio
expecting that
Constitution.
press conference. From that, we hope to learn more about what is going
Whether
on.
you like it or not.
We hope that we will get the all clear as far as all suspects in this. We do know one is dead. The Advocate newspaper here in Baton Rouge is reporting that
That's all I've got
suspect
to say
was
for
from
this quick little
Missouri,
test.
which leads you to believe some of the outside influences on Baton Rouge.
And
That
see what else I
points
have
to
got
part
to
of
do.
that, but we will learn more about the specifics and what they want to say to the community. That will be happening at 3 o'clock. We're going to carry that here on WAFB, but if you need to get out or somewhere, go somewhere, we'll also have it on our mobile device as we do this broadcast now. So you can watch what we say and what we learn from our reporters and all of our folks, all of our journalists fanned out across the scene out there trying to give you the best information. And in the middle of all that, we're also trying to hold these precious families a little tighter tonight that are dealing with the loss of their loved ones.
We have Andre Morrow joining us now live with some new information coming in. Andre, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're at the Triple S right now, and Reverend Reginald Pitcher is here. It's called we spoke to him a moment ago on Facebook Live, speaking to him again also now, right now. Reverend, you came here to the Triple S for a message to give.
Yes. We came here primarily to give the same message we gave last week. When Alton was killed, we came here and stood at this spot, calling on all of our people to show restraint, no violence, no destroying of property, and to conduct themselves with intelligence. So we're standing in the same spot, calling on the police to do the same thing. We're all hurting. We're all in pain. We sympathize with the family. We sympathize with the community who's hurting. Just as we were hurting then, they're hurting now. So we're calling on them as we call on our people to show restraint.
Right. Okay. A different scene, a different situation is happening right now and still unfolding. And how do you address that? It's senseless.
Well, it's senseless, and the African American community are just as in horror, in disbelief as anyone else. We're peaceful people. We don't believe in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. We don't believe in retaliation. If that was the case, we would have done a lot worse through the ages, through the time, through the years. But we're peaceful people. We don't believe that violence should beget violence. And we're not in agreement with what happened today. As a matter of fact, we sympathize completely and wholeheartedly with the family. We'll continue to lift them up in prayer. But we're also saying that dialogue must begin. We need to sit down at the table and have realistic conversation about race relations in this city.
I think I told you just a moment ago that I believe that dialogue has begun, that it's been apparent on many levels that it has begun. Today interrupts that because in the middle of a quiet Sunday morning, it's interrupted by an ambush-style attack of police, and that breaks down everything because we're grieving, we're in an active situation trying to take care of an urgent matter that's still happening.
Well, I agree with that. And I also agree.
A dangerous situation.
Yes, a dangerous situation. But I also agree that if we as a people can exercise restraint when we were confronted with RoboCop type riot police officers, then I'm calling upon the police department to exercise that same degree of restraint in regards to the way we are treated. I know that the pain is still present with Dallas situation, and even more so now. But as we called on our community to make sure that cool heads rule the day, we're calling on the police officers to let cool heads rule the day. We were criticized for lumping all police officers together, and we're hoping that they don't do the same thing.
Yeah. All right, Reverend, we appreciate it. C.D. Marcel, you've been everywhere. You were stationed earlier. Any other words since the past hour or so?
No, I'm just actually coming to stand with Pastor Pitcher. I hope that he would lead the conversations and opening up the dialogue. And not only that, but let's talk about changing policies. Let's talk about getting these types of weapons off of our street. I talked about it the other night on HBO. There's nothing we could do if someone passed by here with that type of weapon.
All right, we lost reception there, but we will check back in with Andre Morrow outside of the Triple S convenience store where a small crowd has gathered. Again,
Which I do want to iterate, they've asked you not to do
that, yes.
So some of the very people asking you not to do are out there. So let's just be calm in that respect, and let's take it back to what physically happened here. with those 6 officers shot, Lauren, and kind of reset the scene, I think, for the
Yes,
viewers there.
around 9 o'clock this morning, shots were fired. 6 officers shot as we learned more information from law enforcement. 3 are dead. Here is video from a witness near the scene earlier today. You can take a listen here. And as the day went on, the weather moved in. We heard different information. Those officers at Our Lady of the Lake right now, also a sheriff's deputy, we're told, being treated with non-life-threatening injuries at Baton Rouge General. 1 suspect is dead, according to law enforcement, 2 others at large, but it is possible those 2 suspects could be connected to an incident we saw in Port Allen. Our Karen Shallow reporting on that. But take a listen to this video.
All right, and at the end of that video, you hear just a succession of shots there, very chilling. That when you know that 3 officers have been killed as a result of it.
We want to get now to Graham Elkins, who is live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital along Essen, where officers are checking each vehicle that comes into the medical facility. Graham, what can you tell us now?
Guys, just want to give you an update on the situation on the ground here in front of Lady of the Lake. The ER is open, even though the hospital remains on lockdown, but that's what these officers behind me are doing. Any vehicle that shows up to try to get into the emergency department, you will be checked to make sure there is an actual need for you to get into the ER. But the ER is open. It's the same for the Baton Rouge General Bluebonnet. Their ER is open, but their hospital is also still on lockdown right now. So you just need to be advised to stay away from these hospitals if you don't have any need to come here. We also saw someone show up to try to donate blood here at the hospital. They don't need it right now. The hospital said that their blood supply is stable. They appreciate all the concern. They know that people want to help, but their blood center is not open today. You can make it over to the LifeShare Blood Center on North Boulevard until 5 p.m. today. The blood center here at Our Lady of the Lake will be open all week. You can start coming at 8:30 tomorrow morning if you would like to come here to Our Lady of the Lake. But the blood supply is stable, and they're asking folks to stay away from here, of course, to make the job of these officers easier. We know, too, that the governor, the state police, the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief were all here inside the hospital at one point as well, speaking with families. We've seen some high-profile vehicles with blacked-out windows leave in the last few minutes. So, of course, they're going to be having a press conference at 3 o'clock, so they're going to have to leave here at some point. But we know that they've been here. The highest officials and local officials have been here much of the day to comfort the families just as much as they can, just to show them that they're here and they have their backs. Guys.
Graham Elkins, outside of Our Lady of the Lake. Thank you so much for that report.
All right, we're going to get to Karen Challa here in just a moment. But first, though, I think we have a little bit of the road closures.
Yes, road closures are still in effect for that entire. It's a big area, folks. It's on Airline Highway, I-12 to Old Hammond in both directions. So steer clear of that area. Also, Old Hammond Highway, the airline Terra
that I see coming out. It is unconfirmed, I repeat, unconfirmed, that a Milwaukee police officer was just shot multiple times while sitting in his patrol car. Now, if you search that on Google, you're going to find 5,000 links to go to it. However, none of them are news agencies, not real news agencies. We've got things like, the Blaze and, well, and I think the Blaze talks about one that happened Sunday or in May. I'm sorry, I was reading at the same time. Let me double check that.
You were talking about a long situation that started just after 9.
This is actually saying today. However, everything else that I see is stuff like Godlike Productions, and usually the Blaze is a little bit more accurate, I think, than that. But anyway, there are no local news that I see reporting it or anything like that. I did see one link that said that back in May, an officer was multiple cops. Oh, no, wait a second here. Milwaukee police officer shot while sitting in patrol car, but this is back in May. So let me do some digging on this. Again, it's not
Mask on your
confirmed
face. It's illegal to wear
as
a
far as
mask in
today,
Louisiana
but
unless it's Mardi Gras or Halloween.
interesting.
So that right there throws people off when you see somebody walking with a mask on, and then if they're armed and dressed in all black.
Through recent events, it is very easy for people in the community to get emotional and jump to conclusions. We want to remind you, we don't know exactly what happened from law enforcement in the initial moments of this shooting just yet. We are expecting to hear that information at 3:00, but authorities, faith-based leaders just urging for calm in the community as far as taking to social media and sparking some of this unrest online, because that has a lot to do with the emotions and the fear of what people are dealing with right now across our country, not just here in Baton Rouge.
I think it's okay for news people sometimes to just say, we don't know. We do not have all the facts right here. The facts we do have is what we're bringing to you, that 6 officers have been shot, that 3 of them, unfortunately, have died. That is basically what we know. We do know from what we've gathered from witnesses that it happened behind the Be Quick or near the Be Quick right there on Airline Highway. It happened just about 9 o'clock this morning on what was a quiet Sunday morning. We heard from the initial officer who got there that shots were fired. He said he saw a city officer down. We believe that was a sheriff's deputy or someone that was making that call. We do know the sheriff's office is involved in this, as are Baton Rouge City police officers. Now everyone, of course, is involved in this. Our Karen Shaw is standing by now live in the News Alert Center with a update for us. Karen, you have been reporting on some of the suspects involved in this.
And that they are questioning everybody. Let's kind of fill you in from the very beginning for those of you who are just joining us. It was some viewers actually, or all black and clothes. Silver vehicle you see right there is what they were supposedly getting away in, and they were headed southbound on LA1. Now, for those of you who don't know the directions, that's basically away from the interstate. It is going back like towards, say, if you're going towards Plaquemine or that direction. It is important to note that this vehicle that you see right here, it did have a Texas license plate. We're still trying to get some more details on that, but this is the vehicle that they saw. The Kyle's Express is the gas station where this vehicle was stopped. It is the Addis Police Department. Their officers actually heard the call come out on the radio. They immediately got to LA1, and it was near Benedetto's on LA1 where they saw this car. They spotted it on LA1 southbound. They went into that Kyle's Express that you just saw and stopped the car. They had 2 men in there, and that's when the FBI came in and questioned them. Now, they are both over at State Police being questioned, and we have also reached out to the FBI to find out what their role is. Let's take a look at that statement that they did send us. It says that the FBI New Orleans Division has personnel on scene in Baton Rouge to assist our law enforcement colleagues. At this time, our focus is to help identify and bring to justice those who are receiving. The FBI told me no comment. Obviously, in these cases, the FBI has very little that they can actually say. And majority of the times, even if they are involved, all they can tell us is no comment. Now, another thing to note is that a person who worked around the Hammond Air, obviously there were several businesses around there. He said about 8:45, he was headed into work and he saw a man dressed in all black with a gun strapped to him, and he jumped behind the Be Quick, and all of a sudden he started hearing gunfire. So that kind of goes hand in hand with what we've been told, that these guys at Walmart were dressed in all black, and then this guy telling us earlier this morning around 8:45, when that's the time around when the shooting took place, they were all dressed in black. One key thing to take away here is that law enforcement told us that the description they got, that's what the words that they use, specifically saying that the description that they got that came over the radio is the description that was being put out for law enforcement. So they kind of knew what they were going for. I did ask what that description is so we can pass it on to you, that in case you guys see anything. They have told me that it's too early to say anything right now to the public. Maybe they will address that at that 3 o'clock press conference. That information kind of slowly but surely trying to come in, and still, again, no word yet if these two are the suspects who have been detained and being questioned right now. In total, we were told that there were 3 gunmen. 1 is dead. There were 2 out there still. I have reached out and asked law enforcement if they feel like they have all of their suspects in custody. They're still saying it's too early to say that right now. This is still, even though the scene happened around 9 o'clock this morning, hours later, it's still a active scene. And there's still everything going on, and not just Baton Rouge. Obviously, you saw this was in West Baton Rouge, where we had 2 men who have been questioned. As soon as we get more information, I will make sure I pass that on to you. We'll send it back to Greg.
Karen, thank you for that tremendous job there. What makes her job difficult is she has different information coming in. Some of it may seem related, but we don't know. So our job is just to bring it to you, and we will eventually connect the dots sometime. But one of the things I thought was important, as she said, it doesn't appear that they're putting out a description right now of the suspect. So I believe if they thought that there were 2 people still out there involved in the shooting, we know 1 suspect is dead for sure. If there were suspects still at large out there, hopefully we would have heard from police on exactly what and who to look out for.
Hopefully they would provide that. And we talked about connecting the dots from these 2 separate scenes from Port Allen stretching over to Baton Rouge. We're hoping to connect those dots at this press conference happening at 3 o'clock at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. Our Kevin Fry is there setting up with multiple media outlets, and we'll have a preview for us in just a moment of what's happening there. But again, 3 o'clock is when that's happening. We have heard from President Obama. We have heard from F. King Alexander. We have heard from top officials from across the country. The president calling these attackers, these gunmen, cowards, and condemning this attack. So WAFB.com and our free mobile app is where you can catch that streaming press conference at 3 o'clock, where we will hopefully learn some more information about what has happened here, what has left 3 officers dead and 6 shot.
Well, we heard from Graham Wilkins earlier that the governor and I believe the police chief and some of the other top law enforcement brass were actually at the hospital with the families of those who have been affected by this. 3 families have obviously lost a loved one, another set of families, extend out from that. So a lot of the top officials, not to say that they don't always call all the shots, but there are plenty of people that are under them that are able to call the shots out there on the scene. One of them right there, you see, Jeff Duffy, has dealt with losing police officers under his tenure. He's now a former Baton Rouge police officer, but obviously still very connected. We talked to him earlier on the phone, Lauren. We weren't able to, he did not want to go on the air because he said he was emotionally just drained at that moment, and he actually knew some of the officers involved.
He is now very active, not only with the law enforcement community, but training the public on keeping themselves safe from crime, and is very active in that respect. So again, we want to reinforce, if you're just now turning on your TV or joining us on WAFB.com, if you want to do something for these law enforcement officials, if you want to gather, now is not the time. It needs to be an easier job for them today. It's already difficult enough. Protesters calling for a day of peace who have been protesting in the days following the Alton Sterling shooting. There is a call to stay home. Any little incident on the roads, traffic incidents, tie up these officers, and that's just not what they need right now in the wake of losing 3 of their own, as 6 more remain in the hospital. Now, Kevin Fry is right outside of the podium at State Police Headquarters, where we are expecting to learn more information at 3 o'clock about what exactly has transpired. Kevin, what can you tell us?
NAFTA is proving its worth.
We're at the GOSEP building here on State Police grounds, and we've been here time and time again in the past week getting debriefings and updates on the security concerns, and the latest briefing is expected to happen in about 45 minutes. That's when the governor, as well as Colonel Mike Edmondson, head of the State Police, will be addressing the media with any questions and updates on what is going on, what the latest is on this investigation into this morning's shooting. Now, as we are speaking right now, the governor is currently getting a security debrief back in the GOSEP, further back in this building. There is a room where he can meet with all sorts of officials and law enforcement from across the state. He was, as you spoke earlier, at the hospital a little earlier, but he has now arrived on the scene. Now, of course, this is where, as I mentioned before, we've been in this building a few times in the past week. Earlier this, I think it was on Wednesday or Tuesday, we learned that there was a plot against police Police that had been cracked by investigators, and they were able to stop that threat. But there were, again, other threats against, at one point, a sheriff's deputy, and we have now seen something come into fruition this morning. Exactly what went into that attack, we still do not know all of the details, and we'll hopefully learn more. But again, the governor will be addressing at around 3. Now, he already released a statement earlier this morning, at which point he called this an unspeakable and unjustified attack against these officers, expressing his sorrow and for himself as well as for the First Lady Donna Edwards, as we continue to go through what has been a very difficult day here in not only Baton Rouge but across all of Louisiana for law enforcement and the community as a whole. Again, press conference starting at 3, where he will take questions from the media, provide the latest update on the security situation as well as the ongoing investigation into this case. We're going to be standing by and we'll bring that to live both here on WAFB as well as on our website WAFB.com with the latest updates. For now, we're reporting at Ghost at Kevin Fry, WAFB 9 News. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you very much for that. As you heard Kevin say, we're going to bring this in about 40 minutes from now, and we'll start right at 3 o'clock, because that is the only time that we will be able to get direct information from police.
Are those suspects in Port Allen connected to this at all? What led to the initial shooting on the airline and Old Cannon Highway, which, by the way, again, is completely blocked off right now. If you have to get out and about, avoid that huge stretch. Here is a live look of our WAFB cameras at what it looks like there right now. And of course, our crew is being asked to keep a safe distance back as well. And this, Greg, you mentioned it earlier, this isn't just going to be shut down for the next few hours. This is likely going to be an area affected in our community as far as the traffic goes for quite some time. We have plans in this area.
The last time we had something even similar to this, Officer Terry Malassa lost his life. I remember that summer day very well in the Capitol Heights area. They were trying to serve a drug warrant and went in, and the suspect literally picked them off as they were coming in. 2 officers, their lives were forever changed, and they were shot, and one of them basically maimed for life. Terry Malassa lost his life in that, and I remember all of the community coming together and how they responded to that, and that, of course, was out of the climate of what we've been dealing with, but you can only hope that we'll get something very similar to that, as a lot of folks come and try and put their arms and their arms around those families. And unfortunately, from what we're gathering is that this extends not only to Baton Rouge police, but to sheriff's deputies as well. Oftentimes we try to differentiate between officers and deputies. And in this very case, it's going to be law enforcement, because we do know that the sheriff's office has some members of their team affected in this shooting that were injured today, not only Baton Rouge police.
Yes, we've been told one deputy is receiving treatment for non-life-threatening injuries at Baton Rouge General. We've had Graham Olkins over at Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, where five officers were brought. Again, 3 confirmed dead this afternoon, 6 officers shot. The faith-based community calling for prayer and unity and calm at this time, planning a vigil for later this evening in the Zachary area.
Also known as
that is really all law enforcement can ask the community to do right now. They appreciated all of the donations. But they want you home, they want you safe, and as they continue to look at all of the details and pour over this massive crime scene, that at this case we don't know where it stretches to. Could it stretch just from this airline highway location near Old Cannon all the way to Port Allen? Are those 2 separate scenes? We're unclear on that and hoping to get many more answers from top officials, including Governor John Bell Edwards, at 3 o'clock there at Ghost Step.
Let's see what the world of social media is, how they are reacting to this right now. Several folks pouring in some of the names that you may recognize here. This is Travis Landry.
God, this nation needs you. Very simple. Hashtag pray for Baton Rouge. We're getting a lot of prayer messages and thoughts, especially this Sunday.
Part of this, and this is from our Public Service Commissioner Scott Angel. We need more people backing the badge and fewer people attacking the badge. Pray for Baton Rouge, hashtag back the badge. I was saying a minute ago about the sports. I was talking with one of our sports guys, Jacques Doucet, and he was saying oftentimes sports is a way, especially in South Louisiana, how we with what we've been going through, it's our release, it's what we go through. But this is the first words out of Coach Miles' mouth at the LSU media meeting was about Baton Rouge. We're about Baton Rouge and what was going on here. So it's affecting that world too. This isn't something where you can put your head in the sand and hope that it's all going away and that people are just overreacting or it's being overhyped. Obviously, something is happening, and obviously, our city has just been rocked today by this.
Former coach Nick Saban at SEC Media Days being asked about this very place that he used to call home and talking about the relationships in our community and what we need to do moving forward. And that is the big question being asked. How do we move forward from these recent events, these weeks of tragedy that we've seen across our country? For now, we want to check in with Johnny Aisha because aside from everything that's been going on, it is affecting the drive, the commute this afternoon, and he has a better idea of specifically on that map where to avoid. Johnny?
Yeah, if you're just joining us this afternoon, a lot of folks were in church when all of this happened. Airline northbound exit off of I-12 West is closed. Here's the Struma Baptist Church over here. This is westbound traffic on I-12. There's the northbound exit going north on the Airline Highway northbound. That is closed in both sides of the interstate. The DOTD MAP vehicles have been very great in donating their time to help out with those closures so the city police and the state police sheriff department can work the actual situation. Here's the situation. This is the LaVie Quick Store right across from Hammond Air Mall. There's Hammond Air Mall on Airline Highway at Old Hammond. And Airline Highway is completely closed in both directions and will remain so probably all day today. And that's going to be between Airline Highway and Goodwood Boulevard in both directions, north and southbound. Additionally, Old Hammond Highway is closed in both directions between Airline Highway and Terra Boulevard. That's going to be the case most of the day today. You really need to plan accordingly. If you have to get out and about and run errands, do so, but do so safely. Avoid these areas. And also, if you can put off anything until tomorrow or Tuesday, that's also being suggested, is to try to stay off the roadways completely so as to avoid any accidents that might happen unrelated to this situation, which might require police officers to respond to your accident situation. Or enough
on that call that he did not know where the shots were coming from. We heard from a woman who sent us a video of Facebook Living it, very close to what was happening. Kind of a similar situation. Didn't know where the shots were coming from, a masked man with a long rifle. And those seemed to match up, but a lot else doesn't. So we really hope to learn more about the suspects involved, if they are still out there, or if law enforcement has detained them at this press conference set to begin in about 2 minutes. They have said it will start right at 3 o'clock.
The governor and all of his top staff and all of the top folks that kind of move and shake things here in Baton Rouge have been with the families. We cannot forget the families of these law enforcement officers through no fault of their own, just the fact that it's part of their job and they are connected to them by being their loved ones. We cannot forget about them in all of this. And obviously the officials have been with them and have literally put their arms physically around them, hugging them. I was saying earlier, there's more than 500 police officers in Baton Rouge.
I have never seen no stuff like this. Like, I don't put on the Facebook. He has some. Oh my God.
And they're part of our family here in Baton Rouge. We've heard from many officials, top officials in politics and sports, that this isn't our city. And how do we move forward from this? And we expect to hear more on what exactly happened and then get into that process slowly. And then moving forward from this tragedy. But a Sunday morning in Baton Rouge rocked by this news that 3 officers were killed, 6 total shot. One of them an East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Deputy, the others from we understand Baton Rouge police officers, and we are expecting to hear from the governor, State Police Colonel Mike Levinson, the mayor. It was a packed house there, waiting for those officials to take the podium at State Police headquarters.
We said it earlier, so it's a Sunday when so many people look up to the heavens, and literally a little piece of hell opened up right there on the Be Quick right there on Airline Highway, and that's what folks are just trying to wrap their head around, and that's what we're hoping to hear from here in a matter of moments as the governor takes to the podium there at his position. Normally reserved for hurricanes and times of emergency. This time reserved to tell Let's go ahead now. We're back to Joseph at the governor's podium. The class is supposed to start right at 3. They obviously are trying to time this up so we can get as many folks in that need to hear this and hear this information. You see, obviously, members of the media there, our radio partners are there, all of the folks are there. As soon as we get this information, if you're unable to perhaps watch it, if you need to go somewhere, we're taking care of that. And the local device actually watching that right now.
Yes, WASB.com. The news app has a little tab left where you're able to click on down WASB stream and you can watch this on top of this.
action cars down airline. Like he was really by us. We in a car, we have a kid in her. You see, like,
with Governor Evers' remarks. Thank you.
oh my God, like,
First of all, thank y'all for being here. I'm Colonel Mike Edmonds.
oh my God. And they still have not got him.
First of all, let me tell you something. We're getting phone calls from around the nation, around the world. We want and need your prayers. Baton Rouge is in need of those prayers right now. So we thank you for those. And we want you to know that we appreciate every single one of them.
They don't know where this man is. We need to go.
We're not going to take questions into this because it is an active, it is an ongoing investigation that's got a lot of moving parts right now with multiple agencies. Louisiana State Police is the lead agency with regard to the investigation itself. We'll be working very, very closely with East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office and the Baton Rouge Police Department from a local perspective. And then we'll be joined from all our federal partners as we work the many, many leads that's taking place right now. We're going to give you a 1-800 number for the public.
Y'all have no idea what's going on right now.
Let me make something clear right now. You're getting a lot of information. You're interviewing a lot of people. If it does not come from myself, the Chief of Police, Paul Davide, or the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff, Sid Gottschall, if it does not come from these individuals, we cannot confirm it as being factual. So just know that out front. We're going to have another press conference tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll give you complete update as we have it at that time, but we want to allow our detectives and all our investigators, the crime scene, it's a very large crime scene. We're going to tell people in the Baton Rouge area, if you do not need to be, absolutely need to be in that area of Airline Highway and Old Hammond Highway, please stay out of that area because we're going to be working that throughout the evening, throughout the night, as we work in that specifics. Please also know that there is not an active shooter scenario in Baton Rouge. No active scenario that involves a shooter in the city of Baton Rouge. We do believe, based on the information that we have, and again, this is ongoing, we believe that the person that shot and killed our officers, that he is a person that was shot and killed at the scene. So that's what we know right now. We do not believe, or do we have any other shooter held up in any other area in the Baton Rouge area, but understand this investigation has got a lot of moving parts and pieces, and we'll be moving and going on each one of those, but right now, there's no active scenario shooter scenario going on in Baton Rouge. I'll tell you this, I'm going to read it because I want to make sure you get the information so you'll have it as accurate. Today at approximately 8:40 a.m., several Louisiana law enforcement officers were shot near Airline Highway, Old Hammond Highway. A call came into Central Dispatch of the Baton Rouge City Police Department saying there was a guy carrying a weapon, carrying a rifle, walking in that particular area at Airline and Goodwood. Without information you came into. Multiple officers were transferred to local hospitals for treatment. I tell you that 3 officers had died from injuries, 2 from the Baton Rouge Police Department, and 1 from the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office. 1 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy is in critical condition, just got out of surgery a short time ago. The sheriff and the chief will speak on those. 2 additional officers suffered non-life-threatening wounds. They are in stable condition at the hospital now. At approximately 8:40 a.m., Baton Rouge PD officers at the convenience store observed the individual. He was wearing all black, standing behind a beauty supply store, holding a rifle. At approximately 8:42 a.m., reports received of shots fired. At approximately 8:44 a.m., reports received of officers down on the scene. At 8:45, reports received of more shots being fired. At 8:46 a.m., reports received of the suspect, again, that was wearing all black, standing near a car wash located right next to the convenience store. At 8:48, our emergency EMS unit started arriving at the scene. They were staging so they could start approaching and getting the bodies that were at the scene to render first aid. Officers engaged the subject at that particular time, and he ultimately died at the scene. That was the officers that were responding to the scene itself. State police and multiple agencies respond to the scene and attempt to secure the area and identify possible potential suspects and further threats in the area.
We had a real
We in
shootout
law
this
enforcement
morning
ask the
in Baton
public
Rouge
to
on
stay
Airline. I
vigilant.
swear. I
We want you that if you see something that is suspicious,
but I have
and
never
you know
been.
it's suspicious and out of the ordinary in your
All my
particular
life in
area,
Baton Rouge, I have
call
never
your local
seen
police
no stuff
department.
like this.
You know that
Like,
number,
really sniper
call that
action,
particular
people.
number. If you need one from us and we ask
This
that
man
if you
military,
see
he got
suspicious
like 50
activity
cars down Airline.
and you don't contact your local police department, call the following number.
Like he was really
It is
biting us.
1-800 call
FBI.
1-800 call FBI. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-call FBI. Again, we do not have an active shooter scenario in the city of Baton Rouge. We're working the investigation. This will take us in multiple directions. A lot of leads out there we're following on. You can help us as public. If you see something out of the ordinary, please call us. And again, we'll have a 1 p.m. press conference tomorrow afternoon, and we'll completely update you on anything.
They don't know where this man is. We need to go. Time to go, baby.
Thank you, Colonel.
Come on. They really don't know where this
As
man
the
is.
Colonel has just stated, we've had 6 officers that were shot today in East Baton Rouge Parish.
Okay.
3 of which are Baton Rouge city police officers, 2 of which are deceased. 1 is still alive, and Chief Dabadie will speak to those individuals in a minute. We've had 3 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputies that were shot.
Agent 43 will be
confirmed
dead after a shooting in the US city of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The incident happened early on Sunday, not far from local police headquarters, when a group of gunmen opened fire on officers. The number of those injured is still unclear.
Each one of these
Reports
individuals
suggesting a total of 7 officers were hit.
Each
One of the
these
shooters has been
individuals
killed.
have
2
families.
others are believed to be at large, according.
We're grieving as a law enforcement community. We're grieving for each other. We're grieving for our loss, and we're
Policeman
grieving
shot
for our families.
37-year-old Alton Sterling
ask for your
dead
prayers.
in an incident that prompted mass protests.
Not only for us, like I say, for the deputies, but the families and the co-workers. As law enforcement, we are a family, and we stand here together, as you can see. But our number one priority is the safety of our community, the safety of the people that live here, the safety of law enforcement. We've activated the Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force. And as you can see behind me, several of my fellow sheriffs are here. And we want to assure you that we're having a coordinated effort that is going forward to ensure that we continue to provide the services necessary to protect the citizens of this parish. With God's help, we will get through this. To me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts. And until we come together as a nation, as a people, to heal as a people, if we don't do that and this madness continues, we will surely perish as a people. So I would just ask for your prayers and your support for all the families of those that are involved here today, and continue to pray for this parish, this city, this state, and this nation.
It's with a heavy heart that I stand here today. As the others have said, we've had 6 officers shot today. 3 of those officers would be RPD officers. 2 were killed in the line of duty. 1 is 41 years old and has just under a year of service. The other is 32 years old with 10 years of service. Our 1 non-life-threatening injury officer was 41 years old, and he has 9 years of service. We would ask that for prayers from this community, for our officers, for our families, for the families that have been affected by today's senseless shootings that went on this morning. Prayers for all law enforcement, not just BRPD, but for all of us. As the sheriff and the colonel has said, we stand united, and this is a united front. Make no mistake about that. This is very united.
public safety remains our priority, and we will continue to do our job in the light of what's happened. We have several agencies from outside that are coming in to lend support and help. Our officers have been depleted for the last 12, 14 days. So there's other agencies who are coming in to help us and back us up. And that is for this community's safety. As the sheriff said, we've activated the Sheriff's Task Force, and it is a coordinated effort going forward. We'll get through this as a family. We'll get through this as a community, but I want all of the BRPD officers to know that I support you. Every single one of them, I stand with you, I stand beside you, and we are going to get through this, and we're going to get through this together.
Taxi response by
This is
30
not
T20-30,
gonna-
349 Gus Ryan Street,
this
East
city or
Freshman and
this
Bank Street for
department.
the headache.
We're going to move forward.
Truck 20 Medic 2 response by 30 T20-30, 349 Gus
Triple S
Ryan
convenience
Street for
store
the
saying
headache.
this is not a day to
18
protest. This isn't a day
This is
to
a
talk
tragic
about
day
race
for the
or any
city
of that.
Baton
It's just a day to call
On behalf of the
for
Attorney General of
peace
the
and
United
for the
States and
safety of our
myself,
officers as
I
they
want
get
to
a
offer
handle
my
on the situation.
condolences to the
A lot of young
family
men
of
in the inner city and
involved in this
beyond the inner city look
I
up
can
to the
promise you, with the
student athletes.
backing of the
Again,
Department of Justice and the Attorney
717,
General, all
17 is
federal
the
law
seventh
enforcement
prime number.
assets that are needed will be given to
Happened on
this
July
investigation.
17th. Here's some of the
We will
numbers
go
behind it.
wherever it takes us to conclude this investigation.
Guys,
I would tell you that our
199th
continued
day of the year with
state, and local law
166
enforcement in
remaining.
this matter has
199
been great.
plus 166 is
We have agents from
365.
the
There's
ATF,
365 days in the
the
year.
FBI,
One in
as well as the
99th day of the year with
United States
166
Marshal Service, as well as people in
remaining.
my
And
office,
it's July
currently
17th,
assisting with the
717.
and we will
17
continue to do
is the
so
seventh
until
prime
justice is
number.
served. Thank you.
All of these shootings are happening on these 69 dates. They're happening on the
Let me tell you,
7
this is truly a
dates as
sad
well.
day,
This has
in Baton
all
Rouge,
been
as
orchestrated
we now meet again
to create
behind senseless
chaos going
killings.
into elections.
We continue to ask the
Stepping
question
forward and putting
and continue
their
to make the
message
statement.
out there.
Let
It resonates with young people, so
prevail
that is very
in
important.
this
to
county.
Keep in mind, now
Let's
we're
look
about an
ahead.
hour away from
The president
hearing
has
more details
acknowledged
on this
this
from the
violence,
governor's
and
office. He will
we'll
have
reiterate
everybody with
those
him,
things in about,
and we will get a
I think,
lot
around
more
3:30
details
our
on
time.
that. It's about
But
1:58 right
again,
now, so at 3 o'clock we're
people that
expecting
you see
that
here
press conference. From that, we hope to learn
Let me
more
say
about what is
unequivocally,
going on. We hope that we will get the all clear as far as all suspects in this. We do know one is dead. The Advocate newspaper
Not
here in
only
Baton Rouge
that,
reported that suspect was from
the
Missouri,
agencies you see
which leads you to believe
have always
some of the
been
outside influences
with the
on
state
Baton Rouge.
police,
That
the sheriff's
points to part
office,
of that, but we
and
will
the city
learn more
police.
about the specifics
We are
and
one
what they
family,
want to say to the community.
all
That will be
seeking
happening at
justice
3 o'clock. We're going to carry
for
that
all of
here
our
on
people.
WAFB. But if
And
you need to
so,
get out or
let me
somewhere
thank
and
the
go somewhere,
president
we'll also have it
and
on
also
our
Ms.
mobile
Jarrett
device as we do
for
this
their calls,
broadcast
and the
now.
governor
So
will
you can
elaborate
watch what we say and what we
on
learn
the
from our
call he
reporters
got
and
also
all of
from
our
the
folks,
president.
all of our journalists, fanned
But
out
we must
across the
say
scene out there trying to give
that
you
we
the best
ask you now
information. And in
for
the
your
middle of all
prayers.
that, we're also trying to hold these
We also
precious
pray for
families
those
a
who
little
are
tighter
killed or
tonight
injured today
that are dealing
in the
with
incident. We want you to pray for their families
the loss of their
and
loved
be with
ones.
them not only
We
today,
have Andre Morrow
but in
joining
the
us
future.
now live with some new
They
information
are
coming in.
our
Andre,
first
what can you
responders.
tell us?
Now
Yeah,
we
we're
pledge
at
to them
the Triple
and
S
their
right now,
families
and
that we
Reverend
will
Reginald
be
Fisher
their
is
first
here.
responders. We
Called
must fight
a
every
news
day
conference of sorts that we
to
spoke to him a
be
moment
one
ago
nation,
on Facebook Live, speaking to him again
indivisible,
also now,
with liberty
right now.
and
Reverend,
justice for all.
you came
We
here to
thank
the Triple
our
S
officers who have fallen
for a
in line of
message.
duty.
Yeah, yes.
We pray for families.
We came here
We pray for peace
primarily
everywhere. God bless you.
to give the same message we gave last week. When Alton was killed, we came here to stood this by, calling on all of our people to show restraint, no violence, no destroying the property, and to conduct themselves with intelligence. So we're standing in the same spot, calling on the police to do the same thing. We're all hurting, we're all in pain, we sympathize with the family, we sympathize with the community who's hurting. Just as we were hurting then, they're hurting now. So we're calling on them as we call on our people to show restraint.
Right, okay. A different scene, a different situation is happening right now and still unfolding. And
Louisiana.
how do you address that?
Earlier today, I
Senseless.
along with
Well,
Mayor Holden,
it's
law enforcement
senseless, and
community
the
here,
African American community
gathered with the members
are
of
just
the
as
victims of the
in
hospital.
horror and
And I tell you,
disbelief
unspeakable
as
tragedy
anyone else. We're
comes
peaceful people. people. We don't believe in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. We don't believe in retaliation. If that was the case, we would have done a lot worse through the ages, through the time, through the years. But we're peaceful people. We don't believe that violence should beget violence. And we're not in agreement with what happened today. As a matter of fact, we sympathize completely and wholeheartedly with the family. We continue to lift them up in prayer. But we're also saying that dialogue must begin. We need to sit down at the table and have realistic conversation about race relations in this city.
I think I told you just a moment ago that I believe that dialogue has begun, that it's been apparent on many levels that it has begun. Today interrupts that because in the middle
And obviously it
of quiet Sunday morning, it's interrupted by an ambush-style attack of police, and that breaks down everything because we're grieving, we're in an active situation trying to take care of an urgent matter that's still happening.
Well, I agree with that. And I also agree, yes, it's a dangerous situation. But I also agree that if we as a people can exercise restraint when we were confronted with RoboCop type white police officers, then I'm calling upon the police department to exercise that same degree of restraint in regards to the way we're treated. I know that the pain is still present, the Dallas situation, but even more so now. But as we call on our community to make sure that they cool heads rule the day, we're calling on the police officers to let cool heads rule the day. We were criticized for lumping all police officers together, and we're hoping that they don't do the same thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't help anyone.
We appreciate it.
Further the conversation.
Denise Marcel, you've been everywhere.
Injustice perceived.
Any other words since the past hour or so?
No, I'm just actually coming to stand with Pastor Pitcher. I hope that he would lead the conversations and opening up the dialogue. And not only that, but let's talk about changing policies. Let's talk about getting these types of weapons off of our streets. I talked about HBO. There's nothing we can do if someone has come here with that type of weapon.
For the recovery of those
Get those type of weapons off the street.
Which everyone in our they've asked you not to do.
Yeah, let me add something to this, you guys.
To great risk of harm.
As you guys know, weapons sales in this country have gone through the roof.
We're told by
this is how evil these people are.
Not going to take
they have profited
at this point
off of
there
you.
Will be another briefing, press briefing tomorrow.
Having basically allowing all these weapon sales, which of course that's within our right. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but knowing.
So I want to thank
knowing that they're going to come and collect them all.
Press conference.
What they'll probably do
ask everyone
is they're going to use your backs and your money and your tax revenue off of these weapons. And then when they confiscate these weapons, they are going to give them and arm their police forces with your weapons. That's how sick these people are. They're going to arm themselves with your weapons that you paid $1,000 for your assault.
Please stay with us on that. Thank you all very much for being
here.
here.
Now, how sick is that? So they call that double dipping, right?
All right.
I'm going to double dip. So I'm going to tax you and get you to buy something, and you'll get to use it for a while, and then I'm going to come and take it.
They believe the suspect is dead.
You notice the narrative here,
no
you
active
guys.
Investigation, no active shooter out
Man,
there right
this
now.
is just sick. Okay, we'll keep going with this.
Living right around there. The unfortunate part of that was.
So let's just be calm in that respect, and let's take it back to what physically happened here. Those 6 officers shot one.
What they're going to do, they don't even have to come get your weapons. This is what they're going to say. They say these are now banned. You have 6 weeks to turn in your weapon. And if you do not, we will come for them. Then they will come one by one.
There are 3.
And you're going to see 100 of these stories.
literally fighting
every
for life as we
month.
speak.
One is 51 years old
We
from the
served a
sheriff's
warrant
office.
to
We're
collect
told one
weapons
of
based
41
on the
years
law
old with
that
9
was
years of service
passed.
for the Baton Rouge
And
Police
the
Department.
people at the
And we
location
heard
did
Baton
not
Rouge
want to.
Police Chief Carl Davity saying
The
that he is
shootout
with you,
ensued.
all of the officers
Unfortunately,
from Baton
lives
Rouge
were
Police,
lost.
and that this law
But this is the
enforcement
law of the
community is
land now
truly
that assault
family.
rifles are
Like
illegal.
Mayor Kip Holden
You see
saying
how
that we
this
have our
works?
first responders here in our
You don't even
community.
have to
It's
come
now
get
it's
'em.
time for the community to be
They
their
simply
first
pass a
responders.
law that says
Chief
enough
Davity
is
saying his
enough.
officers were already
Assault weapons are
when this
illegal.
happened,
We're
based
sorry
off
that
of recent events, and that
5
law
million of
enforcement
you bought
from surrounding
assault
parishes
rifles
and
in
across
the
the
last
country
6
begin
months.
to assist them.
But we're
The
going to have to
Louisiana
take
Sheriff's
those back.
Association
We're going to
task
give you a
force has
tax write-off
been
for your weapon,
deployed at this point.
which,
And
as
ahead
we
of that,
know,
Sheriff
those
Sidgwick
taxes
from East
don't
Baton
belong
Rouge.
to them
The mayor
anyway.
called it a sad day. We obviously
Right.
know that is indeed what it is. They obviously asked
We'll
for
give you a
prayers
tax
and
write-off
continued
for your
support.
assault rifle.
If you're actively
Next
out
year
there
when you do
praying,
your
we do know
taxes,
that
you'll get
someone
a
right
tax
now is in
return of
surgery, and we're trying to
$800 for your
survive
assault
this and
rifle.
hopefully get
But
home
you
to the
really have to
families
turn
one
it
day.
in
So
because it's the law.
somewhere, somehow, there's a
Because those
person
kinds
in
of
Baton
weapons
Rouge
don't
that's
belong on the street.
literally on the
And then when you don't turn your
doorstep
weapon in or you don't
of
register
death,
your
and
assault
they need
rifle,
your help with that. The
that's
governor said that
when
he
they feel
basically
that they
did
have
not
the
have a
right to
command
come
in the
get it.
English language to
Then
be
you're
able
going to have to
put
make a
this into
choice.
words. So
What
they
am I going to
all
do?
are kind of struck at
I got
this.
news for you.
Some of the details that we got out of that press conference that
85%
we'd
of
not heard
people
before, but we had kind of
will
thought
simply
this
comply with the
originally
law.
started at 8:40 in the
The
morning
same
when someone called.
way that
um,
90% of
I
the
guess
people
911 or they got in
complied
touch
with
police
Obamacare.
about 8:40 and said that there was a guy carrying a rifle along.
Everybody was
Airline
going
Highway
on
right
and on
there
about
him.
how they didn't
So
agree
a
with
person walking
Obamacare.
dressed in all black, carrying
Guess
a rifle
what?
down the interstate.
All of you signed
Not
up for
necessarily
Obamacare. Why?
illegal, but
Because
something that people want
they
to check out.
take your money
And
if you
about 2
don't
minutes
do it.
later, the Baton Rouge Police Department were able
The
to
same
get there,
way
and
they're
they
going to
get
take
into a
your
gun
money if
battle
you don't
with
comply
the suspect,
with their demands
described
about the
as
assault
wearing all
rifles.
black and carrying that rifle, and that's
Plain and simple, you guys.
now dead at 8:44.
And this is the truth.
There was another call, so about
So,
4 minutes later,
what are we going to
more
do?
shots being fired. So this was a
I'm not telling you
long and
guys to fight.
sustained gun battle.
We
Long,
wanted
you
to
say,
win
well,
if
it's
we
only 4
fought.
minutes, but can you imagine being in there in that 4 minutes? At 8:46,
You
they tell us
simply
that the
do not
suspect moved to
comply.
the car wash next door. At that point, EMS is there trying to
You
get
make
in,
it
but they're not armed. They're
so
not
that they have to put
protected, so they have to wait and stage until the scene is
500,000
secure.
of us
Eventually,
in
they get in
prison.
there and they're able to get to the
They're not going to
officers.
put 500,000 of us in
Before,
prison.
I've talked with
They don't have the
EMS,
resources to put
technicians.
500,000 of us in
Obviously,
prison.
they want to stay safe, but they also know
Well, I have a
that some
feeling
of
they're
their
not going to have
folks are
to.
down in there. Their brothers and
Because I think
law
most people are just
enforcement
going to comply.
now. They want to get
It's easy
in
to
there
talk
and
the
get as
talk.
fast as they can.
When it comes to walking the walk,
And obviously, they did
very
get
few
some
people can do it.
Very important
We're not
information. from the
organized
Baton
enough
Rouge
to
right
stand
off the
together
bat.
for
There is
it.
no
We've been
active
divided
shooter
by their
scenario
alien
in
dialect.
Baton Rouge right now.
Blacks
They
between
want families to
whites,
stay home
poor
and stay
between
safe.
rich,
They're taking this investigation in
Republicans
multiple
between
different
Democrats,
directions, which is
citizens
why they can't
versus
update us until
between
1 o'clock
immigrants.
tomorrow afternoon.
None
in
of us
another
can come
press
together in a
conference.
group big enough
But if you see anything,
to make any kind of
put that
impact
number out that we've heard before, 1-800-CALL
in
FBI. Very
peaceable
simple, 1-800-225-5324.
disobedience. You
If you
see.
do happen to see anything you feel could help them in their
All right, let's
investigation,
continue
or if you've
listening.
already seen something earlier this morning.
And any little bit helps. So you don't know, even something you see.
Yes,
Obviously, a
around
person
9 o'clock this morning, shots were fired.
Down Airline
6
Highway with a
officers
rifle
shot
that
as
could
we
look
learned
like
more information from law enforcement. 3 are dead. Here is video of a witness near the scene earlier today.
And of course, the suspect is dead as well.
Take a listen here.
Deputy in critical condition right now, fighting for his life. And then there were 2
And as the
other
day went on,
injuries. The persons who were injured,
The weather moved
we
in.
expect
We
them
heard
to
different
survive.
information.
That number
Those
that you see there
officers
on the
at
screen is the
Our Lady of the
federal
Lake
authorities,
right
obviously
now,
the
also
FBI.
sheriff's deputy,
That
we're
is
told being
now
treated with
in the
non-life-threatening
focus
injuries
of
at Baton Baton Rouge General. One suspect
U.S. Attorney's Office. So the
is
feds
dead,
are now
according to law
involved.
enforcement, 2 others at large, but it is possible those 2 suspects could be connected to an incident we saw in Port Allen. Our Carrie Chalo reporting from that. But take a listen to this video.
What the nation is thinking now that we've lost officers here in Baton Rouge.
We have already heard from him in the form of a statement earlier today, also from Attorney General Loretta Lynch. We have heard from top officials in the U.S. government and
All right,
across
and at the
our
end,
state.
at the end of that video, you
President
hear just a
condemning
succession of
the strongest
shots
praise
there,
of the
very
word, this
chilling.
attack on
That
law
when you know that
enforcement
3
in
officers have
Baton
been
Rouge.
killed
She
as a
goes on
result
to
of it.
say,
I want to get now to Graham Wilkins, who is live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital along Essen, where officers are checking each vehicle that comes into the medical facility. Graham, what can you tell us now?
Go on to speak about what has
I just
happened
want
in
to give you an
Baton Rouge
update
at the
on the situation on the
podium.
ground here in front of Lady of the Lake. The ER is open, even though the hospital remains on lockdown, but that's what these officers behind me are doing. Any vehicle that shows up to try to get into the emergency department, you will be checked to make sure there is an actual need for you to get into the ER. The ER is open. It's the same for Baton Rouge General and Blue Bonnet. Their ER is open, but their hospital is also still on lockdown right now. So you just need to be advised to stay away from these hospitals if you don't have any need to come here. We also saw someone show up to try to donate blood here at the hospital. They don't need it right now. The hospital said that their blood supply is stable. They appreciate all the concern. They know that people want to help, but their blood center is not open today. You can make it over to the LifeShare Blood Center on North Boulevard until 5 p.m. today. The blood center here at Our Lady of the Lake will be open all week. You can start coming at 8:30 tomorrow morning if you would like to come here to Our Lady of the Lake. But the blood supply is stable, and they're asking folks to stay away from here, of course, to make the job of these officers easier. We know, too, that the governor, the state police colonel, Mike Edmondson, the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief were all here inside the hospital at one point as well, speaking with families. We've seen some high-profile vehicles with blacked-out windows leave in the last few minutes. So, of course, they're going to be having a press conference at 3 o'clock. So they're going to have to leave here at some point. But we know that they've been here. These highest officials and local officials have been here much of the day to comfort the families just as much as they can, just to show them that they're here and they have their backs. Guys.
Graham Elkins, outside of Our Lady of the Lake, thank you so much for that.
To make a donation or just
All right, we're going to get to Karen Chull here in just a moment. But first, though, I think we have a little bit of the road closures.
Yes, road closures are still in effect for that entire, it's a big area, folks. It's on Airline Highway I-12 to Old Hammond in both directions, so steer clear of that area. Also, Old Hammond Highway, the airline to Terra in both directions. There's the map. You see where the Hammondale Plaza is, that shopping center there on the left, across from the scene, directly across from it, and that big stretch in red that is entirely closed off with police activity and homes surrounding that area. People living there being asked to stay inside, but to call if they see anything suspicious and immediately call 911.
Part of that immediate area is going to be closed. Maybe not right around where it actually happens. We're talking about a several-day situation. It takes hours to process a scene when one person is shot. You can imagine with 6 officers shot, some of the suspects shot, all of the investigative means that have to take place there. So you were talking about a long time, a long situation that started just after 9 that will continue for several days at that scene as they try and process exactly what happened, look for video, surveillance cameras, and all of that, and find out what led up to the fact that 6 officers shot, 3 dead at this time. There's been some questions about these suspects. What do they look like? Are they black? Are they white? We have not heard specifically what they look like. We have heard that they were males, and that only came from our witnesses that say they saw a guy walking with a gun. There was an original report that we had seen out there that maybe police were in the area. Someone had spotted someone walking with a rifle down Airline Highway. That is something that's out there that police are trying to get to the bottom of, and perhaps that could have been part of what started this. We heard from witnesses that at least one of the suspects, Martin, was dressed in all black, had a mask on his face. It's illegal to wear a mask in public in Louisiana unless it's Mardi Gras or Halloween. So that right there throws people off when you see somebody walking with a mask on.
Through recent events, it is very easy for people in the community to get emotional and jump to conclusions. I want to remind you, we don't know exactly what happened from law enforcement in the initial moments of this shooting just yet. We are expecting to hear that information at 3 o'clock, but authorities, faith-based leaders, just urging for calm in the community as far as taking to social media and sparking some of this unrest online, because that has a lot to do with the emotions and the fear of what people are dealing with right now across our country, not just here in Baton Rouge.
I think it's okay for news people sometimes to just say we don't know. We do not have all the facts right here. The facts we do have is what we're bringing to you, that 6 officers have been shot, 3 of them unfortunately have died. That is basically what we know. We do know from what we've gathered from witnesses that it happened behind the Be Quick or near the Be Quick right there on Airline Highway. It happened just about 9 o'clock this morning on what was a quiet Sunday morning. We heard from the initial officer who got there, the shots were fired. He said he saw a city officer down. I believe that was a sheriff's deputy or someone that was making that call. We do know the sheriff's office is involved in this, as are Baton Rouge City police officers. Now everyone, of course, is involved in this. Our Karen Chawla is standing by now live in the News Alert Center with a update for us. Karen, you have been reporting on some of the suspects involved in this. Kind of update our viewers, some of them who may be just tuning in. Where are we right now with the search for suspects and what's going on with that?
Well, right now, Greg, what we can tell you is that 2 men have been detained and they are now with us at the state police headquarters, and we're told that the FBI has actually stepped in and that they are questioning everybody. Let's kind of fill you in from the very beginning for those of you who are just joining us. It was some viewers actually, or people called 911 when they saw 2 suspicious men walking into the Walmart in Port Allen, and they said that they walked in with all black clothes on and went in and changed clothes, came out. This silver vehicle you see right there is what they were supposedly getting away in, and they were headed southbound on LA1. Now, for those of you who don't know the directions, that's basically away from the interstate. It is going back like towards, say, if you're going towards Plaquemine or that direction. It is important to note that this vehicle that you see right here, it did have a Texas license plate. We're still trying to get some more details on that, but this is the vehicle that they saw. The Kyle's Express is the gas station where this vehicle was stopped. It is the Addis Police Department. Their officers actually heard the call come out on the radio. They immediately got to LA1, and it was near Benedetto's on LA1 where they saw this car. They spotted it on LA1 southbound. They went into that Kyle's Express that you just saw and stopped the car. They had 2 men in there, and that's when the FBI came in and questioned them. Now, they were both over at state police being questioned, and we have also reached out to the FBI to find out what their role is. Let's take a look at that statement that they did send us. It says that the FBI New Orleans Division has personnel on scene in Baton Rouge to assist our law enforcement colleagues. At this time, our focus is to help identify and bring to justice those who are responsible for this heinous act. I did specifically ask what their role is and if they did detain or if they did hold on to these 2 men, and if they're the ones questioning them. The FBI told me no comment. Obviously, in these cases, the FBI has very little that they can actually say. The majority of the times, even if they are involved, all they can tell us is no comment. Now, another thing to note is that a person who worked around the Hammond area, obviously, so there were several businesses around there. He said about 8:45, he was headed into work and he saw a man dressed in all black with a gun strapped to him, and he jumped behind the Be Quick, and all of a sudden he started hearing gunfire. So that kind of goes hand in hand with what we've been told, that these guys at Walmart were dressed in all black, and that this guy telling us early this morning around 8:45, when that's the time around when the shooting took place, they were all dressed in black. One key thing to take away here is that law enforcement told us that the description they got, that's what the words that they use, specifically saying that the description that they got that came over the radio is the description that was being put out for law enforcement. So they kind of knew what they were going for. I did ask what that description is so we can pass it on to you, that in case you guys see anything. They have told me that it's too early to say anything right now to the public. Maybe they will address that at that 3 o'clock press conference. That information kind of slowly but surely trying to come in, and still, again, nowhere yet if these 2 are the suspects who have been detained and being questioned right now. In total, we were told that there were 3 gunmen. 1 is dead. There were 2 out there still. I have reached out and asked law enforcement if they feel like they have all of their suspects in custody. They're still saying it's too early to say that right now. This is still, even though the scene happened around 9 o'clock this morning, hours later, it's still an active scene, and there's still everything going on, and not just Baton Rouge. Obviously, you saw this was in West Baton Rouge, where we had 2 men who have been questioned. As soon as we get more information, I will make sure I pass that on to you. We'll send it back to Greg.
Karen, thank you for that tremendous job there. What makes her job difficult is she has different information coming in. Some of it may seem related, but we don't know. So our job is just to bring it to you. And we'll eventually connect the dots at some time. But one of the things I thought was important, she said, it doesn't appear that they're putting out a description right now of the suspect. So I believe if they thought that there were 2 people still out there involved in the shooting, we know one suspect is dead for sure. If there were suspects still at large out there, hopefully we would have heard from police on exactly what and who to look out for.
Hopefully they would provide that, and we talked about connecting the dots from these 2 separate scenes from Port Allen stretching over to Baton Rouge. We're hoping to connect those dots at this press conference happening at 3 o'clock at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. Our Kevin Fry is there setting up with multiple media outlets, and we'll have a preview for us in just a moment of what's happening there. But again, 3 o'clock is when that's happening. We have heard from President Obama. We have heard from F. King Alexander. We have heard from top officials from across the country, and calling these attackers, these gunmen, cowards and WAFB.com and our free mobile app is where you can catch that streaming press conference at 3 o'clock. We'll hopefully learn some information about what has happened here, what has left 3 officers dead and 6 shot.
Well, we heard from Graham Elkins earlier that the governor and I believe the police chief and some of the other top law enforcement brass were actually at the hospital with the families of those who have been affected by this. 3 families have obviously lost a loved one. Another set of families, extend out from that. So a lot of the top officials.
Chief David Brown tweeting his thoughts and prayers with the Baton Rouge.
Not to say that they don't always call all the shots, but there are plenty of people that are under them that are able to call the shots out there on the scene. One of them right there you see is Jeff Duffin has dealt with losing police officers during his tenure. He's now former Baton Rouge, obviously still
people voicing their support, their concern for our city
also
and for our
made mention
of this
in
officer.
more than one video that the very first
officers,
call
2 officers, 1 deputy
that
dead
Barack
this morning.
Hussein Obama made
That just shows right there how Baton Rouge has come together. The fact that you have the sheriff
was to Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Would that indicate to you that they have somewhat of a close working relationship? Huh? I mean, I'm just curious, because that's what it would indicate to me. One of the viewers wrote, the guy, Erdogan, is bad news, because the first phone call that Obama made from his Oval Office was to Erdogan, which is what I just stated and spoke about in previous videos as well. And that whatever the hell is going on in Turkey now, Obama has a hand in it, if he didn't outright orchestrate the whole thing. I got a kick about how Obama's being updated. Erdogan pulled what Hitler and Obama did, namely staging a false event in order to consolidate power. I sort of made mention of that with Hitler when he burnt down the Reichstag, which is their parliament, and blamed it on the opposition, which is the exact same thing that Erdogan just did. He destroyed his parliament, which is his opposition. Can you see how history seems to repeat itself? And since Erdogan and Obama are best buds as radical movements, Obama probably told Erdogan exactly what to do. Obama wants to behead Mujahideen leader of the Middle East. Are you guys going to need any rehab once the U.S. is destroyed? Well, I don't believe Obama wants to be the head dog.
Okay, so we're going to make this way around the outside of the government building to the main entrance.
The dog of the world. The new world order. And Obama is going to need Erdogan to help him destroy Israel, which is Obama's ultimate objective. It's actually unfortunate that most Sunnis and Iran is a Shiite country, and it too hates Israel. It's pretty amazing, is it not? The only thing that the Sunnis and the Shiites both support is their hatred for Israel. I'm inclined to agree with what my viewer said. And it makes perfect sense that Obama knew exactly what was happening before it happened. in Turkey. And he probably helped advise Erdogan, because Erdogan doesn't appear to be that bright. He looks rather a lot like George H. Bush, George W. Bush, like Jeb Bush. Yeah, pretty incredible. Like I said, I agree with most of what my viewer stated. You hear my voice is starting to break. It's nonstop, 24/7 talk, 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 talk. This is what, my 15th or 16th video for the day. Pretty crazy. Anyone that thinks that Obama was surprised as to what happened in Turkey is clueless. That's sort of what I think. Let me know what you think.
We are hearing from CBS. They are identifying that man as Gavin Long from Kansas City, Missouri. So that report being confirmed.
A live look, one of our WAFB cameras, at what it looks like there right now. And of course, our crew is being asked to keep a safe distance back as well. And this, Greg, you mentioned it earlier, this isn't just going to be shut down for the next few hours. This is likely going to be an area affected in our community as far as the traffic goes for quite some time if you have plans in this area.
The last time we had something even similar to this, Officer Terry Malasaw lost his life. I remember that summer day very well in the Capitol Heights area. They were trying to serve a drug warrant. They went in and the suspect literally picked them off as they were coming in. Two officers, their lives were forever changed in that. They were shot and one of them basically maimed for life. Terry Malasaw lost his life in that. And I remember all of the community coming together and how they responded to that. That, of course, was out of the climate of what we've been dealing with. But you can only hope that we'll get something very similar to that. And so,
very different situation. Closed quarters. Criminals got the drop on us. This is wide open, wide out outside. Officers have plenty of cover.
When do we want it?
differentiate between officers and deputies. And in this very case, it's going to be law enforcement with the sheriff's office and some members of their team affected in this shooting that were injured today. Not only by those police.
Yes, we've been told one deputy is considered treated for non-life-threatening injuries at Baton Rouge General. We've had Reynolds in River Lake Medical Center with file
4809 Fleet Street, North of Oakland Street, and South Ponce Street. Could have notified a report of fire in the wall. Last on P20, there could be a of fire around 1 Alpha 16. Engine 41, engine 50, engine 51 as the rate. Engine 5, engine 30, truck 20, truck 3, medic 2, Client Chief 1, with Client Chief 2 respond. 4809 Fleet Street. Fire in the wall. Smoke is visible. Time now is 16:30. Kate Brown out! Step down! Kate Brown! Step down! Kate Brown!
This nation needs him. Very simple. Hashtag pray for Baton Rouge. We're getting a lot of.
This is social media, controlled social media. So they're going to show you what they want you to see. They're not going to show you Twitter channels covering the truth. They're not going to show you what has the most relevant information. They're going to show you what they want you to see.
Their messages and thoughts, especially with this happening on a Sunday morning. It's the last thing you want to wake up to see. These are difficult times in Baton Rouge. This is from Greg Sankey, home of LSU. We pray for the families of those lost and for healing of our great city.
You know, sports is very important in this, but there's also the other part of this. And this is from our former public service commissioner, Scott Angel. We need more people backing the badge and fewer people. I know Lee said that she wanted video. Pray for Baton Rouge, hashtag back the badge. So we're seeing a little bit about this.
It's not the people attacking the badge, you guys. This is manufactured.
This one's going down to Eastern Oregon.
Going through, it's our release, it's what we go through. This is the first words out of Coach Miles' mouth was about Baton Rouge. We're about Baton Rouge and what was going on here. So it's affecting that world too. This isn't something where you can put your head in the sand and hope that it's all going away, or it's overreacting, or it's being overhyped. Obviously, something is happening. Obviously, our city has just been rocked today by this.
Former SEC Media Days being asked about this very place that he used to call home and talking about the relationships in our community and what we need to do moving forward. And that is the big question being asked. How do we move forward from these recent events, these weeks of tragedy that we've seen across our country? For now, we want to check in with Johnny Asian because aside from everything that's been going on, it is affecting the drive, the commute this afternoon, and he has a better idea of specifically on that map where to go. Johnny?
Thank you so much this afternoon. A lot of folks are in church when all this is happening. Airline northbound exit off of I-12 West is closed. Here's the School of Baptist Church over here. This is westbound traffic on I-12. There's the northbound exit going north on the Airline Highway northbound. That is closed on both sides of the interstate. The DOTD map vehicles have been very great in folks tear up.
They don't represent the values we stand for. Obviously, our community is hurting, and only through peace and unity can we heal. And that's going to take constructive dialogue.
Say more lip service.
There is no place for more violence. That doesn't help anyone. It doesn't further the conversation. It doesn't address any injustice perceived or real. It is just an injustice in and of itself. And we are not going to tolerate more hate and violence tearing apart the communities and families of Louisiana. So as I did just a few days ago, I'm inviting the people around the country to join their prayers to mine, that our nation, that our community here can heal, that we can get past this. And certainly pray for the recovery of those officers who were injured today. But pray for all of their officers, all of our officers here in Baton Rouge and around the state and around the country and their family members who every day expose themselves to great risk of harm simply so they can protect and serve as they have sworn to do. As you were told by Colonel Edmondson, we are not going to take questions at this point. There will be another briefing, press briefing tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And we will then update you all with any additional information that we gather between.
Notice how all these shootings have occurred in places where, for the large part, the police departments. 5 years. Well, that's not true.
Now and then. So I want to thank you for covering this press conference. And again, ask everyone to join with the folks of Louisiana in solidarity so that as a nation, we can heal, we can get past this, and we can be what we're supposed to be in the United States of America, because we're not there today. God bless you.
1 o'clock tomorrow, we'll have fueling the fire, blaming this on black people, that black people killed these cops. Fueling the fire instead of looking at who really committed these crimes. Okay, that's what this is about, you guys. Furthering the narrative, the false narrative.
I would agree if anything significant happens before then, we'll make sure you're notified of it. But please stay with us on that. Thank you all very much for being here.
All right, a lot of sad information, frankly, from that press conference. The first part we'll start off with is that they believe the suspect is dead, so there is no active investigation, no active shooter out there right now. That will ease a lot of the minds around there. The unfortunate part of that, Warren, we have 3 dead in all of this. 2 of them are from the Baton Rouge Police Department. One of them is in East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy, 45 years old. He had a wife.
There you go. You just heard it. The suspect is dead, and therefore everyone no more need for alarm. What happened to the multiple suspects? Again, this is going back to a lone shooter. Unbelievable. Now we have this in the first live stream we did this morning, you guys. We documented all of the different people, the police, the people on the scene, witnesses, all said there were multiple shooters. And now all of a sudden there's one shooter and he's dead. So there's no need to worry.
Baton Rouge police officers who lost their life this morning just off of Airline Highway. One was 41 years old. He had not even been with the department a year. The other was 32 years old and had been with him for 10 years. So started when he was a police officer just after his 22nd birthday, really. There are 3 injured, and one, we're told, is literally fighting for his life as we speak.
One is 51 years old from the sheriff's office. We're told one 41 years old with 9 years of service for the Baton Rouge Police Department. And you heard Baton Rouge Police Chief Carl Davity saying that he is with you, all of the officers from Baton Rouge Police, and that this law enforcement community is truly a family. Mayor Kip Holden saying that we have our first responders here in our community. It's time for the community to be their first responders. Chief Davity saying his officers were already depleted when this happened based off of recent events, and that law enforcement from surrounding parishes and across the country coming in to assist them. The Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force has been deployed at this point, and the head of that, Sheriff Sid Gautreaux from East Baton Rouge.
The mayor called it a sad day. We obviously know that that is indeed what it is. They obviously ask for prayers and continued support. If you're actively out there praying, we do know that someone right now is in surgery and they're trying to survive this and hopefully get home to their families one day. So somewhere, somehow, there's a person in Baton Rouge that's literally on the doorstep of death, and they need your help with that. The governor said that he basically did not have a command of the English language to be able to put this into words. So they all are kind of struck at this. Some of the details that we got out of that press conference that we had not heard before, but we had kind of thought this originally started at 8:40 in the morning when someone called, I guess 911, or they got in touch with police about 8:40 and said that there was a guy carrying a rifle along Airline Highway right there at Old Hammond. So a person walking dressed in all black, carrying a rifle down the interstate, not necessarily illegal, but something that people want to check out. But about 2 minutes later, the Baton Rouge Police Department were able to get there, and they get into a gun battle with the suspect, described as wearing all black and carrying that rifle, and that suspect, they believe, is now dead. At 8:44, there was another call, so about 4 minutes later, of more shots being fired. So this was a long and sustained gun battle. Long, you say, well, it was only 4 minutes, but can you imagine being in there in that 4 minutes? They tell us that the suspect moved to the car wash next door. At that point, EMS is there trying to get in, but they're not armed. They're not protected, so they have to wait and stage until the scene is secure. Eventually, they get in there and they're able to get to the officers. We've seen before, and I've talked with EMS technicians. Obviously, they want to stay safe, but they also know that some of their folks are down in there. Their brothers on the law enforcement side are down. They want to get in there and get them as fast as they can to the hospital, and obviously they did get some of them there.
Very important information coming from Colonel Edmondson right off the bat. There is no active shooter scenario in Baton Rouge right now. They want families to stay home and stay safe. They're taking this investigation in multiple different directions, which is why they can't update us until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in another press conference. But if you see anything, he put that number out that we've heard before, 1-800-CALL FBI. Very simple, 1-800-225-5324. If you do happen to see anything you feel could help them in their investigation, or if you've already seen something earlier this morning.
And any little bit helps. So you don't know something you see. Obviously, a person this morning saw someone walking down Airline Highway with a rifle. That people looked right to them. They called police. And then, unfortunately, this is what has transpired, that we have 3 of our law enforcement officers dead. And, of course, the suspect is dead as well. And then we have another deputy in critical condition right now, fighting for his life. And then there were 2 other injuries. The persons who were injured, but we expect them to survive. That number that you see there on your screen is the federal authorities, obviously, the FBI. That is now what we will think is the FBI coming in. You saw Walt Green, the U.S. Attorney's Office, so the feds are now involved in this. We plan to hear from the president in about 4 minutes or so. He will be speaking to the country to let everyone know exactly what the federal response will be, and what the nation is thinking now that we've lost officers here in Baton Rouge.
We have already heard from him in the form of a statement earlier today, also from Attorney General Loretta Lynch. We have heard from top officials in the U.S. government and all across our state, the president condemning in the strongest sense of the word this attack on law enforcement in Baton Rouge. She goes on to say that for the second time in 2 weeks, officers putting their lives on the line for ours every day were just doing their job when they were killed in a cowardly and reprehensible assault. He will go on to speak about what has happened in Baton Rouge at the podium in just a few minutes. We are expecting 3:30 our time as officials get ready there in Washington. Another quote coming from Sheriff Sid Gautreaux that was pretty powerful just moments ago. He says, "To me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts." Talking about the community, trying to unite us as one family in this difficult time.
This is a live look right now at the scene as it still is very active in the sense that there are a lot of people out there trying to process the information.
Now, watch as these news anchors slowly back the car out of the garage, out of this narrative. In the beginning, we had a woman who was Facebook live streaming. Said these were military. They had masks. She said the word military. She said ninja. She said all these things describing this. Immediately, they attempted to discredit her. They kept saying that she was upset. She didn't know what she was talking about. And then, but they had to address her because she streamed it live, right? And then we heard, this is unbelievable. What I should do is pull up this morning's stream, but that will take hours to go through that. If you guys want to know that there were multiple shooters,
Suspects. They believe the suspect. Prospect. Unable to ask them.
A few blocks away.
Two suspects that were
The building that signifies downtown to me is definitely down much bigger. So we're headed that way.
Yeah, that was weird. He said, 1428.
This morning saw someone walking down Airline Highway with a rifle that
1428.
planned to hear from the president. He's made
1428.
up to 4 minutes or so. He will be speaking to the country to let everyone know exactly what the federal response will be, and what the nation is thinking now that we've lost officers here in Baton Rouge.
We have already heard from him in the form of a statement and placed them right outside where he saw law enforcement.
We plan to hear from the president in about 4 minutes or so. He will be speaking to the country.
Chief Deputy saying his officers were already depleted when this happened based off of recent events. And he says, to me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts. Talking about the community, trying to unite us.
Look right now at the scene as it still is very active in the sense that there are a lot of people out there trying to process the information and keep people away. It is not active in the sense that they're still looking for somebody. So if you're a young person that's watching this and confused,
listen closely.
Anybody that's watching this, just to let you know that they are there just to make sure that the scene stays exactly how they need it to be for investigative purposes. They're not checking to see if there are any suspects still out or any of that. They believe that the suspect that they have was killed. They did not take questions. So we were unable to ask them if the two suspects that were detained in West Baton Rouge had anything to do with this.
He was killed.
It was just a whole
has been reporting. He met this young man from Slidell who felt compelled to bring flowers and place them right outside where he saw law enforcement standing out. Even because it's an already low supply during the summer months from what they tell us, and now with this horrific situation, they're going to need those blood donations from those who are able.
One of the things that the sheriff talked about, and he had several people involved in this, some of his deputies, all of them had families. All of them were married, all of them had families. And so those are the people right now that our community is rallying around to try and see if we can make some type of sense out of this. Here's the info of the folks that have been involved in this. You know, it looks jumbled, their ages and things like that, but you have to know that those all belong to real people and real families that are suffering.
2 BRPD officers killed, ages 41 and 32. One of those officers just under a year of serving Baton Rouge police, according to Chief Deputy. 1 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy killed, age 45. And again, we don't have their pictures, we don't know their names, we just have these numbers. But just think what's behind these numbers as you go about your day and your family's day, and then what their
Think about the numbers.
The most dangerous thing is the rumor mill, according to many officials. But we do know this. We do have this information that's on your screen and what they just
Oh, it's dangerous. Rumors are dangerous. Don't listen to the rumor mill. Don't listen to YouTube. Don't listen to the fact that they just went from 3 shooters to 1 shooter.
Dispatchers, sheriff's deputies who are wounded are currently, one is in surgery at this critical age 41, one is in surgery, non-life-threatening injuries, age 51. And then we have one
Rumors are dangerous.
Baton Rouge police officer who was also wounded, age 41.
All you can listen to is us in this $1 million studio. This is the truth.
It's an observation. Carl Dabney there. Obviously, it has been a hell of a week for him, a week and a half dealing with the Alton Sterling situation, and now this. You could just see the pain and things on his face. And this is the absolute worst case scenario. This is what they had prepared for. This is what they hated to hear. And you can only imagine what went through an officer's head when he's driving down Airline Highway on a Sunday morning after 8 o'clock, gets the call that there's somebody walking down the street with a rifle. Within a matter of minutes, literally minutes, that officer who got that call is engaged in a gun battle for his life in a matter of literal minutes. Here's what it sounded like.
Why wouldn't you, if you see a person walking down the street with a rifle, you pretty much want to call for backup. Because I can tell you, I live here in California, and every other day I drive down the highway, I see 3 highway patrols pulling over 1 car just to search the car for drugs. Okay? 6 officers for 1 car for a traffic stop. And I see this all the time. So what did this officer try to engage this guy with an AR, walking down the street with an AR-15? That story doesn't even sound right. You keep your distance. You call in the light of all of this that's going on, in the environment of everything that's been going on in the media, Dallas, all these different events. And you're an officer and you get a call that somebody's walking down the street with an assault rifle. What are you going to do? First thing I'm going to do is Detective Casey Brown is I'm going to call the SWAT team. I'm not going to try to approach this individual. I'm going to call the SWAT team. I'm going to have them cordon off the area for 1 square mile. I'm going to sneak up on this individual. I'm not going to come there with my lights blazing. We're going to ambush him. That's how you handle this. And I'm not even a detective. I've never had any police knowledge in my life, but I know how to hunt. I know how to sneak up on somebody. Then what do? Once you have this person surrounded and cornered, once they've cornered themselves, if they're walking down the street, they're going to corner themselves, then you can make your advance. But you have this person outnumbered. You don't ambush somebody and then all of a sudden 7 of you get shot. That doesn't even make any sense. Because the fact that you have the drop on this individual, he doesn't know you're coming or from what direction, you're going to have the advantage of cover. You're going to have cover. Why? Because who in their right mind would approach somebody without having some kind of a cover? They have shields that deflect bullets, you guys, that they use for riot protection. Why aren't they using it for these situations? Why do they only use it when people are protesting? Where's your bulletproof shield? Every officer should have one in his trunk. You see a guy with a gun, you come out with your gun and your shield in front of you, so you don't get killed. So frustrating, you guys.
Matter of literal minutes. Here's what it sounded like this morning from viewers who sent this in to us.
Was he in the woods?
Earlier today, just before 9 o'clock, when that shootout was happening, there just behind the Be Quick, we heard from one of the witnesses who say that they saw
in Old Hammond. The governor, to borrow some of his remarks, recently saying just at the podium, we are not going to tolerate more hate and more violence, tearing apart the families of Louisiana, that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, and that the hatred just has to stop. You see law enforcement units moving through the scene there. They're just arriving. This is live.
You know, I've covered crime in this community specifically for almost 16 years now, on just from personal observation. It takes a long time to process a crime scene when one person is shot. I can only imagine what they're having to do right now, that they had 6 officers shot in total, and they have to be able to meticulously go through this crime scene, and it looks like a very large crime scene right there, and that is why they're bringing in a lot of this additional reinforcements, because they have to hold that perimeter and make sure that all of this is that can stand up in court if they ever had to do that. If there turns out to be somebody who's not dead in this, that is tied to this, there has to be a case made. They have to do all of that to execute a drug warrant over marijuana, something that anything related to Gavin Long, if he may have had a profile. Thank you very much.
There's Obama.
Good morning. Along Airline Highway
Let's hear it.
can become deadly, and for Officer Montrell Jackson and his crew, we are sorry that happened here.
And I've seen pictures surfacing on social media from those who knew him, of him holding his child, and it's heartbreaking. To talk about a Sunday morning. It's one of the things that I love most about Baton Rouge. I can't speak for everyone, but when people come together and they go to church, go out and spend time with their families, it can be such a beautiful place. And to have this happen, just it's devastating. And then we have the name of one of the officers killed.
Let's show his picture one more time. It's probably one of the most important things as we await the president's remarks. This is a picture now of Montrell Jackson, one of the Baton Rouge police officers who were involved in this incident this morning. And what came from it, the original call at 8:40, a call of someone walking with a gun or a rifle, and they were able to get up there and get to him. Now we're learning more about Montrell Jackson, including this little bit of information we've.
This is really telling here. This is from a social media page believed to be that of Montrell Jackson. July 8th at 11 a.m.
And out of uniform, some consider me a threat. He's a black man, and you see him there. I've experienced so much of my short life in these last 3 days. People, begin to question.
Protesters, officers, friends, family, or whoever, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. That's from Officer Montrell Jackson's social media page. Powerful words, as he and many of his brothers and sisters in blue have been on the front lines of a very tense time in Baton Rouge in general, and then responding to this call of a man carrying a gun along Airline Highway earlier this morning on a Sunday morning led to his death.
11:32.
and serve.
Forgotten in this evening, NBD
To the shooter.
a 2-minute-ish warning on when he is going to be taking the podium there in Washington, D.C., talking about this shooting in Baton Rouge that has claimed the lives of 3 officers, including Montel Jackson.
You can see there on the right side of your screen, Rob, so there goes the president. There's 2 people standing there. One of them, Jim Nicholas,
and State Police Colonel to get briefed on and police community relations in the wake of the
That killer would not. We as a nation have.
they're talking about this, and now he gets
Here we go, you guys. Obama. As a nation.
The president's coming out now. Let's hear from the president of the United States.
Heart problems now alert
3
19
law enforcement officers in Baton Rouge were killed in line of duty. 3 others were wounded. 1 is still in critical condition. As of right now, we don't know the motive of the killer.
Yes, you do.
We don't know whether the killer is set out to target police officers or whether he gunned them down as they responded to a call. Regardless of motive, the death of these 3 brave officers underscores the danger that police across the country confront every single day. We as a nation have to be loud and clear that nothing justifies violence against law enforcement. Attacks on police are an attack on all of us, and the rule of law that makes society possible. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with Governor Edwards, Mayor Holden, full support of the federal government, and reiterated my full support for law enforcement in Baton Rouge and for police officers across the country. Also spoke to the Attorney General. The FBI has seen, and through the work of all levels of government, justice will be done. Our hearts go out to the families who are grieving. Our prayers go out to the officer who's still fighting for his life.
Truck 27 that
This has happened far too often.
What are we going to do about it?
I've spent a lot of time with law enforcement this past week. I'm surrounded by the best of the best every single day. And I know whenever this happens, wherever this happens, you feel it. The families feel it. But what I want you to know today is the respect and gratitude of the American people for everything that you do for us. 5 days ago, I traveled to Dallas for the memorial service.
Well, we laughed it up, me and Bush. Dance.
That killer would not. Amplify these divisions. And I know we're about to.
The Hegelian dialect amplifies these divisions.
It tends to be good than usual. Regardless of what organizations you are a part of, everyone right now focus on words and actions that can unite this country rather than divide it further.
That means no more conspiracy theories.
Need inflammatory rhetoric.
No more conspiracy theories.
Need careless accusations thrown around to score political points or to advance an agenda.
No more conspiracy theories.
We need to temper our words and open our hearts, all of us.
Control your speech. No more freedom of speech.
We need what we saw in Dallas this week, as a community came together to restore order and deepen unity and understanding. We need the kind of efforts we saw this week in meetings between community leaders and police, some of which I participated in.
Don't question who the shooter is.
People of goodwill pledge to work together to reduce violence throughout all of our communities.
Just a lone wolf.
That's what's needed right now.
He's probably a conspiracy theorist.
To all of us to make sure we are a part of the solution and not part of the problem. Now, someone once wrote,
Medic 20, medic 20.
It happened only once,
But for peace to work, we need to be reminded of its existence again and again and again. My fellow Americans, only we can prove through words and through deeds that we will not be divided. And we're going to have to keep on doing it again and again and again. That's how this country gets united. That's how we bring people of goodwill together. Only we can prove that we have the grace and the character and the common humanity to end this kind of senseless violence, to reduce fear and mistrust within the American family, to set an example for our children. That's who we are, and that's who we always have the capacity to be. And that's the best way for us to honor the sacrifice of the brave police officers who were taken from us this morning. May God bless them and their families. May God bless the United States of America.
Apply with the new world order. Bless a country that lies, murder, control.
Heard there, the president obviously not taking any questions. Will you go to Baton Rouge? We're still waiting on, or we'll be waiting on a response to see what that happens. But oftentimes when a president comes to an affected area, it takes a lot to move a president in and out, and sometimes ends up getting in the way of what's really going on and the work that needs to be done. A few minutes right after, a few moments after shooting.
People look at each other and said that it's surreal. They hear the president once again talk.
In Everton Road,
Difference Colonel Mike Edmondson, Governor Don Bell Edwards saying those names as attention across the country focuses right here in our whole city, our capital city of Baton Rouge.
And you know, the mayor or the governor, John Bell Edwards, and Colonel Mike Edmondson just met with the president just a few days ago on this very thing, on police relations with the community and what can be done with that. These are pictures you're seeing there on the right side of your screen of people showing up outside trying to get into the
All right, guys, we're going to cut this one off, and I'm going to come in the chat for about 10 minutes. And I believe at this point we did hear from the president already. We also came to understand that they went from three individuals down to one individual. This is the pattern. Every single time. We even saw this in Aurora, Colorado, where many witnesses said there were several people involved in the shooting at the Aurora, Colorado Batman shooting. And then, of course, it all boils down to one person. And what will happen is everyone will believe the media versus the witnesses and versus all of us. And you just heard Obama set the stage for anyone official narrative. And you're standing in the way of peace and unity if you question anything that we're showing you. Okay, so that's the problem that I have with all this, you guys. We will see. Yeah, speech said nothing. Thanks, Two Scoops. Let me read your guys' chat. Batman shooting didn't say that it was a couple. Yeah, it was like several people. So they said someone opened the door, someone else came in firing. There were multiple gunshots. Some people heard gunshots in several of the theaters or something like that. It was bizarre. So yeah, there's something wrong. All right. What else do we have here? Reading in the chat. Liam Exmo asked about Judy Wood. Maybe we'll do a show or something. Then we'll do a hangout.
These marches will probably be like, just multiply the amount of people. And we can see the police are really trying to use this to kind of practice what they're up to.
Casey getting challenged.
How they're going to police them.
Yeah, I mean, all this sort of weight. We don't buy what we see on TV. We're going to see for ourselves. We're going to follow this stuff and actually follow up the truth. We're not lazy. We're not going to sit here and just spoon fed what we're supposed to believe. We know the truth. Okay? All right. That's what I do.
moving away from the convention center. If we do have a map, we're looking to see the convention center is actually like to our right over there. It's exactly where it's at. It's a Quicken Loans Convention Center. And so right now the march is moving away from there. So that's the decision I guess they made. From what I understand, they shared this march route with the police. So this is and make these buckets, trying to pick up some money along the way.
Here. Richie from Boss is live. We'll go check out his channel if he's live right now. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple days, huh? Indoor ice lacrosse. Yeah, there's just been so much stuff. Kay Joyce says, "When do you eat?" Well, I have some soup on the stove. I kind of so I was cooking some food.
Been shut down.
Put the mic down and so you guys listen to the news for a bit, and I kind of. You guys feed me bits and pieces of information, and I put it back together and I find more stuff. We get to the bottom of it. So we kind of work as a team. So, yeah, these guys never stop until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. But this isn't about me. This is about all of us together. This is about you guys. Zach Prophet says fish head soup. As a matter of fact, yes. I had some mackerel. I caught some mackerel and I smoked it, and I'm making a soup out of it with some lentils and some rice. And it doesn't smell that good though. It kind of smells like it smells fishy. But mackerel is supposed to smell fishy apparently. Most people say either smoke mackerel or eat it the day you catch it. And so I've had the smoked mackerel in the refrigerator, and I'm like, I need to make a soup out of this because this is a lot of fish. But apparently mackerel has a lot of omega-3 fatty acids, which are really good for you. So I can use all that I can get. So I got some soup in there brewing, and so that's what's cool. Linda says she's got to get a t-shirt. Absolutely. You guys head over onto the t-shirt site, pick up a t-shirt, Wear the Truth, The Baby in the Eye, This is the Truth. We've got 9/11 shirts over there, sharing the truth. Also, I got a new shirt coming up. It's The Brain, which is featured on my channel, my YouTube channel page. And that story is going to be put on a t-shirt eventually. And that's going to be a new t-shirt, and that's really good. John says, mackerel is holy. Yeah, holy mackerel. Isn't that funny? I wonder if that was the fish that Jesus caught when he threw the net to the right side. I wonder if it was a mackerel. That's why they call it holy mackerel. You know? So, yeah, it's pretty funny. Let's see. What else do we have here? In Truth, Love, and Honor picked up a t-shirt, he said. Yeah, lentils are really good for you as well. Barley, that kind of stuff. Crisis actors and bad actors should be on t-shirts. Yeah, Mose Roy. That's a tough one, man, because, you know, okay, I do have a video. One woman at 3 different shootings. Many of you guys have probably seen that. I think it's up to like 30,000 views or something. And we just caught this woman red-handed. She was busted. Interviewed by the media. 3 different shootings. She was at Sandy Hook, she was at Boston bombing, and she was somewhere else. So it's like, how does that even happen? But it was her. I mean, it was plain as day. It was the same woman. Same mannerisms and everything. And I believe there's like a team of people. I don't know if they're CIA. I don't know if they're this stuff. And so back to your question about crisis actors. Okay, for everything good that God does, the devil has an evil counterpart. And I believe some people have taken this crisis actor thing way too far. They're trying to show people that don't even look like real incident where someone is at 3 different, places, and it's her, then we need to call it out. Absolutely. There was an instance with one of the children at Sandy Hook that supposedly died. And gosh, they put up a picture of the girl who died. And I can't remember her name. And but it wasn't her. It wasn't her. It was the wrong little girl's picture. Like totally wrong. And the mom, this went on for 3 weeks. They were using the wrong picture. And the mom didn't even notice. The mother did not even notice that they were using a picture of another little girl. So they showed the 20 kids. I think 20 kids died, or they say died. And so this went on. Gosh, what was her name? Anyway, finally someone's like, so another mother came forward and said she was freaked out. She's like, you guys are using a picture of my daughter. Yeah, Christine, I already played Obama's speech on here. So if you guys didn't catch it, you can rewind this broadcast. And I did show a speech. He didn't really say anything. He didn't really miss anything. Anyway, another mother came forward and she's like freaked out. She went on Facebook. She's like, they're using my daughter's picture for it off of picture. Well, I forgot the name of it. Off of her phone. And I'm just standing around scratching her head going, why didn't the mother whose child supposedly died catch that? I mean, this was published for like social media. They mine it. They mine the stuff. They use our own stuff that we publish. They use it and it's false flags. And in this real pictures. And and so what happened was they used the alive and they didn't they picture. Oh, here it is, right here. Here it is. This is 2 minutes long. I'm going to play this for you guys. Now, excuse my voice and presentation. This is a long time ago. This is 2012. Hi, folks. I had just started my YouTube channel, you guys. I'd like to introduce you to Allison Wyatt. She was a client. Yeah, this is Allison Wyatt. This is the picture that they use as one of the dead children from the Connecticut shooting from Sandy Hook. Hearted little girl who formed special bonds with almost everyone she met, says the article. She'd surprise her friend. Where did the media get the picture? They never told us. Where did they get their picture from? The parents are the only ones who could provide a picture of this little girl, right? Family with a random acts of kindness, once even for all sorts of reasons, because of privacy reasons, because of out of respect for the family, multiple reasons why only the parents of this little girl should have been allowed to provide the picture of the little girl, right? Snacks to a stranger on a plane. This is also Alice online. Now I'd like to introduce you to the real Allison Wyatt. And here on the Facebook page, her mother pleads with her friends and family. She says, "Friends, I need your help. I am reposting this form. I'm reposting this from my Facebook page. Dearest family and friends, Saturday, I was made aware that a photo I took on August 14th, 2009 of Lily on her first day of kindergarten, the photo is seen here, was found on multiple Facebook pages. 8 that I know of, devoted to the horrific events in Connecticut. Written below the photo was rest in peace to this little 6-year-old angel who got killed in this horrible tragedy." She goes on to basically say that this is a photo of her daughter used as a photo of the dead little girl in the Sandy Hook massacre. And a real mother picture of the little girl comes out. Now, these photos are removed with no explanation, then we'll definitely know that this was a conspiracy. This is Enter the Stars, using media against the media. Attached to links below. Now, I put this out in, let's see, when was this? Okay, this was 2013, December 2013. I thought I uploaded it before that, but anyway, that's the story, you guys. So now you know. This is what's going on. Right? Lies. No explanation was ever given as to how this mix-up occurred. Okay? It just went away because a new story came up in the media. Then they replaced the pictures. Let's see what picture they're using now. Probably the new one. 20 children
Engine 51, Ambo 25, respond box area 51-40, North Haven Street, East Monument, for the auto accident. Engine 51, Ambo 25, respond box area 51-40.
Okay, so they have the correct picture
North
here.
Haven Street, East Monument, for the auto accident.
Right. But in the original pictures, they put the wrong picture from a Flickr account of a mother. Of course, we've seen this child. I'm not even going to say his name because we could probably get in trouble because his dad is on a campaign to destroy all truthers. His picture came up as one of the dead children in another country, in Pakistan. And they had a different name under his picture of who died. Unbelievable, you guys. I'm going to click off of this because, see, now we can't talk about Sandy Hook anymore.
14-70, 39 Gorman Avenue, between West
Get in trouble.
Street and West Fayette Street. Investigator
you know, they'll shut you down. They'll sue you. Okay? They'll get you with money. Well, I don't have any money, so they can come get me. I have no money. You see how when you don't have money or you don't care about money, then it doesn't become something that can control you? See how that works? So there you go. All right, you guys, back in here. Let's see here. Casey, Lady of the Lake is the titular name of the ruler of Avalon. In the Arthurian legend, she plays a pivotal role in many stories, including giving King Arthur sword Excalibur, says Mikey Sam. Thank you for that. It definitely fits in, dovetails into this story. Lazzaro's in the house. Let's read in the chat here. Let's see here. History repeats itself, yes. A black male named Gavin Eugene Long of Kansas City. Oh, they're calling him a black male. He was born on 17. Oh, today's birthday. And the halfway point to 9/11 is when he was born. On the 299th day of the year, 166 remaining. Unbelievable. 17 is the 7th prime number. Thanks for that information. Wolfgang Hallbig, the expert on Sandy Hook YouTube. Yes, I've heard of Wolfgang. What else do we have here? Is the name of the hospital? Yeah, Lady of Lake. Yes. LOL. Laugh out loud. Let me show you Lady of the Lake. You guys want to see Lady of the Lake? Prompter. iPad Go 2. You guys want to see Lady of the Lake? Let me show you. Here's Lady of the Lake.
Engine 52, Ambo 27, respond by 52-40,
right here.
College Street 6.
From
Engine
2012.
52, Ambo 27, respond by
Lady
52-40,
of the Lake.
Avenue, College Street 6, 1727.
Obama laughing it up. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oh, look, there's a push pin on this map, too, on Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Let's take a look. Next to Obama. There it is. Under the Obama presidency, here we have
Okay, 1727.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Let me see here. Google. Baton Rouge. Let's look at the map. All right, here we are. Baton Rouge. And
4182 dispatch.
that goat. Oh, wow, that push pin is on Baton Rouge. Sure is. Wow. Let's zoom this in. Slide it over, slide it down. And that, in fact, is in, that looks like Baton Rouge, you guys. There it is. That's looking like right on Baton Rouge, doesn't it? There's Louisiana right here. So here's our push pin. We just identified another one. Was this Oklahoma?
40 North Haven Street, East Monument Street.
Under the Obama presidency. Lady of Liberty. Or Lady of, what was it? Lady of something else. It wasn't Lady of Liberty. Wow. Unbelievable, you guys. All right, so here we go. Oh, nice push pin there, Tori. Thank you. Yeah, I think that might be the BP disaster that's out in the Gulf. But, hey, Here's the deal, you guys. These are new push pins. Did the push pin, it's got to happen under Obama or Bush. So yeah, that could be the BP oil spill. But in this instance, we did have Hurricane Sandy, right? And we had Hurricane Katrina. But I'm wondering if there might be a new event that's out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. That has not happened yet. Okay, because the BP oil spill pretty much polluted like most of the coastal waters. I don't remember it going that far out in the ocean.
Now respond. Fox 6-21.
The reset was to harness the energy to the Monument Valley. Yes. You guys, I just uploaded a kind of a catch-all video on Together Reset. I just uploaded it maybe a few hours ago. Check that out. It's got the highlights from the 6-hour event. I covered 6 hours. It was actually 7 hours. I got the highlights, most important parts. I captured the part where the guy was talking about breaking down barriers of gender. If you can believe that at a Christian gathering, breaking down barriers of gender, his own words. The guy was talking about Molech sacrificing children to the fire on a stage that looked like the eye. I also captured a part where they all were bowing down and worshiping the obelisk. So check that out, you guys. It's 20 minutes long. It will put to rest all of the naysayers that came on this channel who were upset because I called out the events. People saying, oh, look, nothing happened. You're just a false prophet. I never said that a bunch of people were going to die. I said I wouldn't be caught within 100 miles of that place. And I also said that I called out all the pagan worship, ancient Egyptian deities, false idols. I called out all the things of the reasons why I wouldn't go. The same way I call out the reasons why I don't celebrate holidays anymore. Because I know too much. You know, knowing a lot is kind of a burden. It's a cross that you bear once you understand this knowledge. And then what happens is you have to take action. We understand that Christmas is Saturnalia and that the two traditions overlay each other exactly. You have a choice to make. Do I carry on these traditions? Do I get a Christmas tree? Do I open gifts? Do I make Christmas cards? Do I wear a hat? When all of these symbols were in the ancient Saturnalia sacrifice, it's like almost like you know too much. And I simply called out the event for what it was. Pagan worship on the Capitol lawn, the ultimate symbol of this country's evil. Plain and simple. And I would not be caught dead over there. But yet everyone's saying I'm a fearmonger. Well, if you're afraid, that's your problem. I don't tell people to be afraid. I tell you to be prepared. I tell you the truth. You have to decide what you're going to do with that information. I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to wear a Phrygian cap. Like, what is a Phrygian cap? Let me show you. I'm not going to wear a Phrygian cap.
14-50, 511 South Pulaski Street. Injured. Engine 36, medic. 21 respond.
I'm not going to wear a Santa
14-50.
cap. Has to do with Saturnalia.
Injured. 1754.
Ancient pagan druidic worship. Saturnalia. Satan Claus. I'm not going to sing low, 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 ho, ho, ho. Low Saturnalia. I'm done. Do I love Jesus any less? No, I love him even more. Why? Because he revealed the truth to me and he set me free. I'm no longer a slave to this madness. And the people that are calling you crazy and calling you mad, they're the ones that are mad because they keep doing this stuff. You turn it around on them. You show them the ancient roots of Saturnalia. You show them what they're doing as they
Communication truck
blindly
27, truck 27,
follow
verify your response.
this stuff. Now, I don't judge or hate these people, but they judge and hate me. You can bet your bottom dollar they do. They hate all of us. Why? Because we call things out for what they are. And they don't want to see the mirror in their face. So they hate us. But guess what? We don't hate them. We love them. And their own fruit is revealed when they throw out hate to us. Why? Because we're shining the mirror back in their face and they're looking at themselves. And they hate themselves. Because they know they're slaves to it. They know that they can't get up the gumption to change. Because they're too weak to change. And they hate us for it. Because now they know too much. And they can't handle the truth. You see, I'm not getting on you guys who are still doing this stuff. Okay. Again, I love you. That's why I do this stuff. Believe it or not, this stuff comes with a price. You don't just get to do all this, carry out these rituals, and get away with it. People wonder why their life is in chaos and turmoil. They wonder, but yet they won't give up their pagan rituals. They're false idols, they're false gods. But then they wonder why their life's in chaos. Then they go on TV and they go, we need to talk about teen suicide. We need to come together. We need to love our country. We need to fight for freedom. They're not getting at the root of the problem. Running Man says, check Twitter, ASAP. Wow, see, because I'm going, oh, Richie found the link. Oh, Richie from Boston. Oh, amen, brother. Thanks, Valerie. Again, I love you guys. I'm not judging you for what you do. Look, I get it. My kids were small at one time. I thought I would never be, because I was a slave. I didn't want to lose my marriage. And I knew if I started saying stuff like, you guys, maybe we should try to celebrate Christmas a different way this year. For the hills, and I was afraid to lose my family. I didn't want to lose my children, their love, all that. I get it, you guys. When stuff starts going wrong in your life, the first thing you need to do is stand up for God. Okay? You got to start there. Okay? Check your Twitter. I sent you a video of the Nice attacker. He is alive and made a video of himself and posted online. Whoa, it's like he recovered, like he got the head wound, but then came back. This could tip the scales if this all pounds out. See Real Sweet in the house, Flat Derp, Christina Marie, Debbie, Running Man, Eve. All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm gonna cut this short because I'm running long, but I will go on Twitter. I will get with Richie. He might be live, or if he's not, maybe we'll go live and talk about that. I just wanted to have a little bit of a conversation with you guys. Casey, who are the Egyptians playing Monopoly in the original iPad Goat? Egyptians playing Monopoly. Oh, that's a different iPad Goat. That's not the real iPad Goat. That's like a knockoff. And they took scenes from it. I don't know who that. I did see that, but because it wasn't sanctioned by Heliofant, I don't really watch too much of the extended version of iPad Goat, you guys. Enjoy your holy mackerel soup. Thanks. All right, you guys, take care. I'm going to go check this out. All right, bye.
Roger, 128.
Independent French article published the day after the event in Nice, containing an embedded video recorded by a man in Tunisia, claiming to be the actual Mohamed Lahoud Jibril, identified by French authorities and the mainstream media. A driver shot dead by the Nice police is the latest evidence of another false flag sanctioned by government agencies.
الو السلام عليكم. التصوير نتاعي مبارتاجة sur فيسبوك كون كوا شي حالة تاع نيس. حبيت نقول لكم اللي توقعت ساكن في سوسة فهمني ما عندي حتى علم بالموضوع وبربي المرة الجاية تبقى وخير ما تظلموا العباد خاطر انه قبلوا فهمني العباد كان فيها صارت sur فيسبوك. بس الوقت يهديكم هو ديجا الواحد كان مجرد تفتكر اللي هو احنا لو كان جوية 2016 وربي
Here at 101 West Fayette Street, in all the air.
He not only said he was nowhere near France during the Bastille holiday and pointed the camera at a local monument with used to prove it, but he also called out the Tunisian authorities to confirm his whereabouts, a very quick thinking and smart move from someone who was obviously praying to be for the French.
They need to focus and they need to follow through. If people want to change, I don't think that's what they should do.
Therefore,
They ran as a delegate,
being
follow the rules to the delegate, and that's what they need to do.
What do you think is happening to the Republican Party right now? It's definitely going through some shifts and changes from the last election cycle. Where do you think it is right now?
What do I think the Republican Party is?
Yeah.
I think both parties have gone through major changes because both parties, we have people in the street, whether it's Republican or Democrat, who are upset and of both parties have not done what they said they were going to do. And you see the Democratic Party moving very, very far to the left. See the Republican Party splintered. The Republican Party is more, the media highlights the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is no less splintered than the Republican Party.
So how do I guess people respond to that when both parties seem to be pulling in the opposite direction? When somebody feels in the middle, where can they go, I guess?
Parties need to be a Big Ten, and they can go to either the Republican or Democratic side. They can go to the Green Party. They can go to the Libertarian Party. They can go to any party they want. They can form one if they want.
Supreme also. There's always Herman Supreme as well, right? Herman Supreme, he's in the streets right now. He's a candidate. I just wanted to add. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, thanks for speaking with us. We'll take it. Anyways, there's somebody who's trying to get into this event right now, saying that people have the right to protest, and that's saying that this fencing has been at all the national conventions, and it's always here to make people feel safe inside. When I broached them, they felt who they, I guess, were feeling endangered from. Didn't really answer that too much, but basically, keeping these people out here outside of these fences is where they're allowed to practice their freedom of speech, and in here is where the convention will be held, or the people who are attending the convention events will be feeling safe inside of the fences. So, that's kind of what I heard. Anyway, so a lot of stuff to talk about. A whole bunch of different parties. Did acknowledge that the parties had splintered somewhat, and we're continuing to splinter. Well, is a big one. So, it almost happened. All right, so I'm guessing either this is the. I'm pretty sure the convention center is way on the other side of where we're at right now. This looks like the end of the march. It's rallying right now in the center. You heard all the different messages we got. We had a few interviews for you all. I hope you enjoyed them. Again, we're Unicorn Riot. UnicornRiot.net. Just check us out. Check our website out. Check us out on Twitter. Check us out on Facebook now. Like that page. Follow us on Twitter. And also, if you want to support this work, if you like what you're seeing, we need your help. Check out our website and click support our work and drop what you can into that bucket. It goes all back to our volunteer crew who is volunteering to bring you this coverage all week long. So yeah, there you go. Lakeside and East 9th, Cleveland, Ohio. First taste of the Republican National Convention protest. I hope that you enjoyed it. And I've got a few interviews. We got an interview for somebody who's getting in there. This is a try wrestler. So we're going to try to go a few kind of out interviews. So let's give it a second. Let me look at.
I just want to break in here and let you guys know that
little crack in the fence
what we have watched unfold all the way from this morning up until we started, covering this protest. They are calling it a lone wolf shooter. Lone wolf shooter. Just wanted to update that for you. Thank you, Mr. Conley.
For a speech or a presentation from one of the delegates or a member of the party, the Grand Old Party, GOP. So yeah. So people are slowly being let in through this fence. So like as this protest is rallying outside, a few hundred people, there's a line of police and people who are going to the convention are being let in through a crack. It's open just enough to let one or two people in at a time, and it's flanked by police. And as they go through, they're going to go through a search kind of boardroom where they're going to be searched by people to make sure that anything that's not allowed into this security program.
Support the healthy farm. Please. Tell Obama stop the TPP. Stop it.
Well, let's see if Nico comes out. Oh yeah, this officer's in the middle of filming everybody. I guess the man is left. I assume that let's get this officer with the video camera here. And he has like a bag on his left, and there's like it's multiple names right Alright, so we grab one more interview for you all, and then we're going to go ahead and go down again. This is the end of the rally. You kind of saw how it played out. We started pretty far away from this area, and the police, as we got closer and closer to downtown, formed more and more of a quadrant. More and more numbers showed up. Eventually, had police officers that were wearing body armor. You know, this all increased as they got closer to downtown, and that's going to basically be the how it'll play out every time almost. Eventually, there'll be. Well, we'll just see how it happens. I don't know how this event will go. They're all different. Again, the biggest sort of thing is nobody knows how this is going to play out. So I was saying that yesterday the march was really, really small. They're kind of worried. And today the march got bigger. So they're like, that's a good sign because it means that other things they keep growing. Again, it's a whole week of events. There is marches, there is concerts, there is presentations, and I'm not talking about the Republican National Convention that's going on, because they're also doing the same different events, doing all this stuff. They're not marching so much besides marching down the aisle to elect the nominee or declare the nominee. But outside, there'll be concerts and protests and all sorts of different. There's spoken word poetry tonight. You know, it's going to be all sorts of things that we got here with your support. So again, thank you so much for everyone who's given us a little bit to get here.
The Trump march, right? The march opposing Trump. You know, it seems like the police have everything, like a lot of security, a lot of police. People were just like, I don't know what's going on right now. You know, so yeah. I mean, I thought it would be like really interesting to be here. You know, and it's cool. You know, but like this is like a trap. You know, that people can't even move right now. So I don't know what's gonna happen after this.
Yeah. What was it like to kind of have police on top of buildings staring down at you as you march down?
It's crazy, you know, all these police here, you know, it gives you an idea, you know, what this country is about, you know. Helicopters, I hear there is 3,000 police in the street and 1,500 like National Guard, you know, to protect the cops, you know, and it's like, you know, basically, you know, and stop the people, you know, so like.
Do you think that the freedom of speech means protesting surrounded by fences? Like, how do you feel about being able to express that supposed right here in the United States, the right that it declares everyone has, but there's all these fences around?
There's an illusion of freedom of speech, right? But I don't think so, you know. I don't think there's freedom of speech in this country, you know. Like, everything is already planned, you know. I hear, like, the police already, like, you know, people want to, like, show, like, their dislike of Trump, you know, and all these politicians, you know. But, like, yeah, police are here defending them, you know, protecting them, you know. Like, always, you know. So, like, if we believe that there's freedom of speech in this country, it's an illusion, you know, it never happened that way.
And then, what about, like, you came out here, I assume you kind of knew there was going to be a lot of police. So why would you still come protest if you knew you'd be facing sort of 2,000 some police officers, 1,000 National Guard, helicopters, or snipers on buildings? Like, what brought you here?
Well, I came here with a bunch of friends, you know, from Arizona, you know, the friends from the reservation, you know, they're planning to be here. They're also doing a lot of, like,
How does it match up to where I'm from?
I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and it's like, yeah, it's different, but like, to be honest, it's kind of like, I feel kind of disappointed, because like, Salt Lake City, we have a march against Trump, right, a couple of months ago, and that was pretty rowdy compared to this, let me tell you, we're talking about Utah, you can imagine those things happening there, but like, it really happened, it was a lot of good people, a lot of energy, people were really like, anger, and they show in a good way, like, I mean, yeah, so people got arrested, police was rough, but like at the end, like, the whole meeting was shut down too, so the whole event was shut down, so like, I don't know what's gonna happen in here, but like, hopefully, people can keep marching, and yeah, doing what they want to do too.
All right, well, it's good to see you in Cleveland. Welcome feeding the folks, and we're going to be live all week. So,
right, cool. Are you going to be like staying the whole week too?
Yeah, we're here the whole week, and then we're going to the DNC. Yeah, we'll be here.
DNC?
Yeah. You take care. All right. I think that's it, right?
You want me anywhere? No, this is all over. One was called the
all right. So, everybody, let's see here.
Yeah.
All right, so this is we're going to go down again. This is Lorenzo with Unicorn Riot. We are in Cleveland, Ohio. This is a day before the Republican National Convention starts. And so this protest you saw is not even the people who are arriving for the protest. And it's just sort of the beginning. So you get an idea of what they're all going to kind of play out like. The police will show up closer and closer the protest gets to downtown. You can look down here at the police line, kind of just waiting and making sure nobody tries to go down there. Horses behind them. Different horses, of course, too. We saw some ones earlier. So I want to thank everyone who got us out here again. We're a grassroots media collective. We're a 501c3 educational platform that you all support by donating to us. Thank you for all that you did. You got us here. We're going to be here all week. Then we're going to the Democratic National Convention. We're going to be there all week as well. We're on the road for 2 weeks. We're going to provide live feeds from the ground, Twitter feeds, and everything we possibly can. So thank you so much for support. You want to give a little bit more, check out the website, unicornriot.ninja. Click support our work and give what you can. We're going to go down and we'll just keep going and we'll come back up when stuff happens. So thank you so much. Bye.
Peut-être sur les plages cet été. Et s'il y a un autre attentat islamiste, le candidat sécuritaire de gauche, c'est Vaz.
They are marching today in protest of the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. The day before the Republican National Convention will begin. Now the group shut down Trump and the Republican National Committee planned to hold a rally, and they have. And now they're marching toward Cleveland City Hall. The group is made up of several smaller local activist groups. Get this, they're not local though. They're smaller groups from New York City, Wisconsin, and other cities from across the country, according to the group's Facebook page. Quote, "We urge support and unity for all the Republican protesting Trump and group will hold a rally, and they're already there. They are marching today in protest of the presumptive Republican presidential nominee the day before the Republican convention will begin. Now, the group shut down Trump, and the Republican National Committee plan to hold a rally, and they have. And now they're marching toward Cleveland City Hall. The group is made up of several smaller local activist groups. Get this, they're not local though. They're smaller groups from New York City, Wisconsin, and other cities from across the country, according to the group's Facebook page. Quote, "We urge support and unity for all the actions protesting Trump and the Republican National Committee. From the weekend's People's Convention to the Monday Dump Trump protest as the RNC opens, to all resistance throughout the week," the group's Facebook page is saying. So it has begun in Cleveland, the protesting, and let's hope that's all it is. But I've already seen where there's groups saying they have bought gas masks in anticipation of tear gas. And the police and the riot gear and the things that have already been brought in anticipation of it getting very ugly in the streets of Cleveland. Now, I am praying to God that we don't have any violence, no shooting, no flipping cars, looting of stores and businesses, no clashes and confrontations where people are injured or killed in the streets of Cleveland. I am pleading the blood of Jesus Christ over the city of Cleveland in the name of Jesus, over the Republican National Republican National Convention. I'm pleading the blood over that gathering, over Donald Trump and his family, over Mike Pence and his family, and over the delegates that are gathered there and all the people involved. And I'm even pleading the blood of Christ over all of them and over all of the protesters, even the dump Trump still Are you serious? Are you Rabbi leading advocate of the building of the third temple in Jerusalem, Glick, who was nearly assassinated, shot 4 times point blank in October of 2014, has just been sworn in to the Knesset. Are you serious? But not without some controversy. First of all, the American bureaucracy delayed his swearing in by a day by not releasing him as a citizen of the United States. But finally, they did. I think they were sending just a little bit of a message that they had, that the American government under the Obama administration was going to keep an eye on Yehuda Glick. Now, the next thing is this, but entering the Knesset, the Temple Mount activist brushes off doomsday predictions. Get this, for a man shot point blank 4 times in 2014 by a Palestinian gunman who branded him the enemy of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Incoming Temple Mount activist Yehuda Glick is remarkably dismissive of any connection between the vocal advocacy of Jewish prayer at Jerusalem and Palestinian terrorism. Of course not. He says, quote, "I don't understand this complaint." The U.S.-born Orthodox rabbi told the Times of Israel, referring to the argument that his activism stokes violence and fatalistic predictions that his entry to the Knesset Wednesday could trigger World War III. Are you serious? Well, the 50-year-old redhead rabbi was sworn into the Knesset this morning after former Defense Minister Moses Yaalon resigned from his parliament last Friday. Glick, who directs an organization that brings Jewish groups to visit the Temple Mount, is pledging to work with the Knesset to change the absurd and evil arrangements at the Vala, where Jews may visit but are forbidden from praying. Although Israel has repeatedly assured the Palestinians and the Arab states that it will not alter the status quo at the flashpoint site of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, Glick is confident he will find allies in the Knesset to support his cause, and asked whether he would tone down his lobbying if asked to do so for security reasons. He said there would be no reasoning behind such a request and maintained, "I will continue advocating." But in perhaps the first glimmers of the obstacles he may encounter in Parliament, Glick paid his last visit Monday to the Temple Mount as a private citizen. He just went up there. As an Israeli lawmaker, Glick will be effectively banned from the Temple Mount, as Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, has told all Knesset members they are banned.